Welcome to the Fantasy Audiobook. The good-for-nothing senior brother. You can become stronger by sleeping. Chapter 21. As soon as Wu Yong rushed in, he didn't care about anything and just smashed them randomly. Everyone in the coup family had no time to react, and they were immediately hit by the mace and flew out one by one. Boom, boom, boom. There are no fancy moves, just pick up the mace and smash it, simple and crude. In order to attack the barrier, everyone in the coup family has exhausted their spiritual energy. How can they withstand this mace? One by one, figures were smashed away. Wu Yong used his phantom body skills to the extreme. Ku Renji and the others were hit again before they even hit the ground after they were smashed away. At this time, 9 pig heads were lying on the ground and passed out. Wu Yong resisted the mace. After confirming that several people were unconscious, he directly took off their pants and stuffed them in their mouths. He also confiscated the storage bags of the 9 people and cursed at the unconscious Ku Renji and the others. "You're awesome, weren't you very powerful before? Get up, I can't kill you. For the sake of opening the barrier for me, I won't kill you this time, and next time you go see the King of Hell." After Wu Yong finished speaking, he took out a rope and hung Ku Renji and the other 9 people on the big tree. At this time, they saw that Ku Renji and the others were wearing robes, and their pants had all been taken off and stuffed in their mouths. Hanging on a big tree is also a beautiful scenery. Putting away Ku Renji's storage bags, Wu Yong carried the mace to the barrier, swung the mace and hit it on the barrier. Bang, 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 bang. After picking up the mace and hitting it more than a dozen times, cracks appeared in the barrier. When Wu Yong saw this, his spiritual power exploded instantly. He swung the mace hard and smashed it down again. Boom! The barrier suddenly shattered, and a passage suddenly appeared. Looking along the passage, it seemed to be an attic inside. Wu Yong raised his feet and walked in. As far as the eye can see is a 2-story building, a simple building standing here quietly, with nothing else around. What's in this attic? There's no plaque or anything. Could it be a murderous building? Wu Yong gently pushed open the door. As soon as he opened a gap, colorful and dazzling lights emitted from inside. Then Wu Yong pushed it open. The spiritual stones are all spiritual stones, probably no less than 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ha 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 ha. I got rich, I really got rich now, everything is mine. Quote. He took out 2 storage bags and kept filling them with spirit stones. Half an hour later, 3 million low-grade spirit stones filled 2 storage bags. Wu Yong's excitement was palpable, and he couldn't hide the ecstasy on his face. He picked up his feet and rushed to the 2nd floor. There were already 3 million low-grade spiritual stones on the 1st floor. He couldn't imagine what would be on the 2nd floor. As soon as Wu Yong stepped onto the 2nd floor, his figure suddenly stopped, quiet, very quiet. Holy shit, what's going on? There's nothing on the 2nd floor. It shouldn't be, it doesn't make sense. Wu Yong rummaged through the 2nd floor, almost tearing down the floor, but there was nothing. An hour later, Wu Yong walked down the stairs and came outside the attic. Hey, I'm still too greedy. I'm not satisfied with 3 million low-grade spiritual stones for free, but I actually want more treasures. This is really a slap in the face from reality. I can't be so greedy in the future. Quote. Wu Yong walked out of the barrier and looked up to see that Ku Renji had broken free of the rope and was helping others to untie the rope. Ku Renji and others also saw Wu Yong coming out of the barrier, and they immediately sped up to break free from the rope. Quick, surround him and don't let him take away the treasures inside. These belong to my Ku family. Ku Renji immediately gave the order, and everyone in the Ku family immediately surrounded Wu Yong. It's you hiding your head and tail again. Hand over all the treasures inside, our Ku family can also let you choose a way to die. Ku Renji stared at Wu Yong fiercely. Wu Yong looked unconcerned. Does this mean that you, the Ku family, will kill me if I don't? You offended my Ku family before entering the secret realm, and now you have robbed my Ku family's treasures. Do you still want to leave alive? You must die today, I, Ku Renji, said. Superior, let's kill this rat together. Quote. As soon as Ku Renji finished speaking, everyone in the Ku family sacrificed their magic weapons. Seeing that everyone in the Ku family wanted to kill him, Wu Yong immediately put away his mother's heart. If that's the case, then go die. Wu Yong took out the mace and poured his spiritual energy into it like crazy. When facing the attack, the magic weapons of the coup family were swung wildly, bang, 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 and the sound of the magic weapons being knocked away kept coming. After the magic weapon was knocked away, it returned to the hands of the coup family. Wu Yong rushed into the crowd with the mace, and with every blow of the mace, a member of the coup family flew out. Ku Renji is indeed the leader of this generation of the coup family. Taking advantage of Wu Yong's opportunity to counterattack others, he directly slashed Wu Yong's chest with his sword. Wu Yong's chest was suddenly slashed with a wound, and blood flowed out. Seeing that he was injured, Wu Yong's spiritual power exploded instantly, and he injected it crazily into the mace. Boom! He swung out the mace, and a coup family in the late stage of foundation building was directly smashed to death. The phantom body technique was used to the extreme, and after a quarter of an hour, only 2 people were left in the coup family, one was Ku Renji and the other was his cousin. Seeing that he was defeated, Ku Renji grabbed his cousin and threw it towards Wu Yong, while he turned around and ran away. Boom, boom, his cousin was immediately hit twice with the mace, and he couldn't help but die. Seeing Ku Renji escaping, Wu Yong put away his mace, took out the wandering dragon sword, injected spiritual power and swung out the sword, roaring, a dragon-shaped sword light suddenly flew away at high speed, bang. The dragon-shaped sword suddenly hit Ku Renji on the back. Poof! Ku Renji vomited blood and fell from the air. Wu Yong carried the Yulong sword and came to Ku Renji's side in a flash. He swung the sword again and Ku Renji's head was cut off by his sword. Without any nonsense, Wu Yong directly picked up the storage bags of the 9 people, and used 1,000 miles of thought, and their figures appeared thousands of miles away. In a cave, Wu Yong took out some healing pills and swallowed several of them. Just sit cross-legged and start healing. Wu Yong ended his training state 2 hours later, and the sword wound on his chest had also recovered. It's still too reluctant. 4 in the early stage of Golden Core and 5 in the late stage of Foundation Establishment. Although I killed them all, I was still injured due to carelessness. It seems that my defense is still too weak, and I will be injured by a sneak attack. If Ku Renji is in the middle stage of Jinden like me, then I will not be injured today. Quote. Wu Yong, who had finished his training, was reviewing the battle just now. It was precisely because he had no defensive magic weapon that he still suffered a loss in the battle with a lower level than himself. System, boss, come out quickly, I want to top up. Ding, it is detected that the host needs to recharge, please enter the recharge amount. 3 million low-grade spiritual stones, charge them up directly. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 3 million low-grade spiritual stones and successfully redeeming 30,000 points. Do you have any defensive magic weapons? Pull them out and have a look. I want the best ones. After all, it is life-saving equipment. After this incident, Wu Yong knew how important it is to have a good defensive magic weapon. Ding, all the defensive magic weapons are here, please choose the host. The explosive armor uses spiritual power to transform into battle armor and is condensed on the body. With 5,000 points, it can withstand most of the attacks of nascent soul cultivators. No one can be harmed by the nascent soul. Well, this is good, I changed it. Just add this explosive armor to your shopping cart. Quote. Ding. Explosive armor is added to the shopping cart. Spiritual Sky Shield is a top-level defensive magic weapon. It flies around the body after being injected with spiritual power. As long as the holder has enough spiritual power, it can accurately resist all attacks. 10,000 points. System, I want this too. Quote. Ding. Add Spirit Sky Shield to your shopping cart. That's it for now, settle the bill. Ding. The explosive armor was successfully purchased and 5,000 points were deducted. Ding. The spiritual heaven shield was successfully purchased and 10,000 points were deducted. Congratulations to the host on the successful purchase, with 35,000 points remaining. Wu Yong took out the explosive armor and spiritual sky shield from his storage bag, injected 2 spiritual powers into them, and the explosive armor immediately disappeared into the air and attached to his skin. The spiritual sky shield kept flying around his body. As the spiritual power output continued to increase, the spiritual sky shield flew faster and faster, until it was invisible to the naked eye. But Wu Yong clearly felt that the spiritual sky shield was flying around him at extremely fast speeds. As long as he was attacked, no matter from which angle, the spiritual sky shield could block it in time. Wu Yong stopped the output of spiritual power, put away the spiritual shield, took out the storage bag he had obtained these days, wiped away the consciousness on it, and with a thought, all the contents of the storage bag flew out instantly. A total of 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones, a bunch of low-grade magic weapons, a dozen bottles of healing elixirs, more than 20 bottles of spiritual power replenishing elixirs, and a pile of clothes. The spiritual stones were put into one storage bag, and the magic weapons, elixirs, and a pile of clothes were put into another storage bag. After doing all this, Wu Yong walked out of the cave and disappeared into the dense forest. At this time, 10 days had passed since he entered the secret realm, and the exit of the secret realm will appear in the last 20 days. Wu Yong kept jumping on the trees and came to a small river. This kind of place is most suitable for the growth of spiritual grass. After seeing it, he wanted to try his luck here to see if he could find dead wood and vines. Not long after I started searching, I found a group of people heading towards my location. With a flash of his body, Wu Yong escaped into the dense forest and stared at the people coming. People from the Jung family. When the elders of the Jung family wanted to kill me, don't blame me for attacking your Jung family disciples. Kill them all and confiscate the storage bags. Wu Yong mentally planned to attack everyone in the Jung family. I saw that the 5 members of the Jung family were looking for something at this time, and sometimes they would use magic weapons to attack open spaces. Brother Xinyu, I found it, it's here. The barrier is here. A Jung family disciple said to Zheng Xinyu. When Zheng Xinyu saw someone discovering the barrier, he suddenly spoke excitedly. Quick, let's attack together and break the barrier as quickly as possible to see what's inside. The other teams have found the treasures, but we are the only ones who haven't harvested them yet. We must capture this place this time. The other 4 people listened to Zheng Xinyu's words and immediately attacked harder, using magic weapons to attack the barrier. In the blink of an eye, 2 days later, the barrier had become dim. Quick, work harder and try to break through within an hour. Wu Yong hid in the grass for 2 days. He was waiting for the Jung family to help him break the barrier, and then he would have a mantis stalking the cicada, with the oriole behind. Since the elders of the Jung family want my life, then I will kill every member of the Jung family on sight. 3 of these 5 people are in the early stage of golden elixir and 2 are in the late stage of foundation building. Their speed points can kill them instantly. If I get the things in this secret realm, I will hide them and wait for the exit of the secret realm to open. Quote. Wu Yong did what he said. He took out his mace, found the right opportunity, and used his phantom body technique to rush over. After 2 days of crazy attacks, the 5 members of the Jung family had exhausted all their spiritual energy. No one could withstand the sudden attack of Wu Yong, who was in the middle stage of the golden elixir. At this time, Wu Yong was like a wolf among sheep, swinging the mace and beating him randomly. Every time the stick hit, a member of the Jung family was seriously injured. Faced with this sudden attack, the 5 members of the Jung family had no time to react. In just a few breaths, 2 were killed and 3 were seriously injured. Wu Yong did not give the 3 seriously injured any chance at all, and rushed over to make up for 2 blows each. At this time, there were 5 corpses lying on the ground. Each corpse had a sunken chest, broken sternum, eyes wide open, and an incredible look on its face. It was obvious that they were unwilling to die in peace. They never expected until their death that a monk in the middle stage of the golden core would ambush them. How could a monk with a high realm ambush a monk with a low realm? Isn't this the behavior of the 6th man? This is too sloppy. Originally, Wu Yong was not a gentleman. How could he compete normally with these people? Isn't this because he was full and holding on? Waiting until their spiritual power is exhausted, they suddenly take action and quickly resolve the battle in this unpreventable situation. This is what Wu Yong has in mind. At this time, Wu Yong took off the storage bags of the 5 people and murmured to himself, if you want to blame, blame the elder of your family. If he has murderous intentions towards me, then your Jung family is my enemy. Remember not to be reincarnated into the Jung family in your next life, otherwise you will die again if you meet me. Quote. After removing the valuable things from several people, Wu Yong came to the barrier and swung the mace to deal damage. Boom, boom, boom. The mace kept hitting the barrier, sending out circles of ripples. Half an hour later, the barrier suddenly shattered, and a passage as tall as a person appeared. Wu Yong felt happy and rushed in with the mace in hand. In his words, he is not active in treasure hunting and has a mental problem. Wu Yong is happier when facing the treasure than when facing two beauties. Why two beauties? Because if there are more, he will not be able to control it. Entering the boundary, it was also a two-story building. Wu Yong opened the door directly and saw a large pile of spiritual herbs on the first floor. Seeing so many spiritual herbs, Wu Yong took out his storage bag and started to pack them, and half an hour later he had cleaned the entire first floor. At this time, Wu Yong calmly walked to the second floor. The previous time, it was also a two-story building. There were a bunch of spiritual stones on the first floor, but there was nothing on the second floor. This time, he had adjusted his mentality. Even if there was nothing on the second floor, I won't be lost again. Wu Yong came to the second floor and looked up. The storage shelves around him were empty. There was only a table in the center with a storage box on the table. He walked to the table and gently opened the box with his hands. He saw a piece of vine inside, about the thickness of a finger. Wu Yong was very happy. Withered wood and vine, ha ha ha, I didn't expect there to be a treasure on the second floor this time. He put away the box and turned around and walked down the stairs. In the dense forest, Wu Yong found a cave. He planned to stay until the end of the secret realm, because he had found everything he was looking for, and he was no longer in the mood to wander around. He took out all the contents of the storage bag, including those stripped from the body. There were piles of spiritual herbs, magical elixirs, and some sundries. Wu Yong took out several storage bags. The elixirs were put into the same storage bag, and the magic weapons were also packed in a separate storage bag. There are 3 storage bags filled with spiritual grass. His spiritual stones were originally stored in his own storage bags. With the addition of the spiritual stones collected from the 5 people of the Jung family this time, he now has 110,000 low-grade spiritual stones. I have to say that the money from robbery is very fast. Ha ha ha, I got 1 million low-grade spiritual stones in less than a month. Even if I sell facial masks for 2 months, I won't make that much. I also didn't expect that I could get 3 million low-grade spiritual stones by entering the secret realm. Ha 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 ha, it seems that I will have to come to secret realms like this more often in the future. If I come a few more times, I can become a god, hehehehe. Quote. System, call Goldfinger. I want to top up. Ding. It is detected that the host needs to recharge, please enter the recharge amount. Charge 1 million. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. The current score is 45,000 points. Promote me to the late stage of Golden Elixir, Great Perfection. Ding. Congratulations to the host for improving to the late stage of Jindan Perfection. After deducting 2,000 points, there are still 43,000 points left. Host. Wu Yong. Spiritual Root. Heavenly Spiritual Root. Kung Fu. Tai Shang Dao 1 Technique. Combat Skills. Fire Spirit Technique. Heaven Shaking Seal. Sky Shattering Fist. Phantom Body Technique. 1,000 miles. Wandering Dragon Sword Ju. Magic Weapons. Wandering Dragon Sword. Mace. Explosive Armor. Spiritual Sky Shield. Comprehensive Strength. Barely able to protect myself. Half a month later, thunder began to thunder in the entire Gamma Mountain secret realm, with bursts of lightning and thunder. An hour later the thunder disappeared, and a huge vortex appeared in the sky, bottom up. Wu Yong heard the thunder, got up and walked out of the cave, flying into the distance. On a huge altar in the secret realm of Mount Gamma, dozens of disciples from other sects gathered at this moment. Wu Yong came directly to the center of the altar and landed, and the pressure of the late stage of the great perfection of the golden elixir in his body directly dissipated. The disciples from other sects on the side felt this pressure and did not dare to come within 10 meters of Wu Yong. Wu Yong wants to use coercion to make these sect disciples and some casual cultivators fearful, otherwise it will be easy for them to discover his true identity if he gets too close. An hour later, tens of thousands of monks gathered on the altar, including members from various sects, some disciples of powerful families, and most of them were casual cultivators. There were almost 20,000 monks when they came in, but now only a little more than 10,000 have appeared. The remaining few thousand people have probably stayed in this secret realm of Mount Gamma forever. Now the huge altar was crowded with monks, but there was no one within 10 meters around Wu Yang. A dozen disciples of the Lyan sect were also among the crowd. At this time, Lu Qingqing was looking at Wu Yang, with an indescribable feeling in his eyes. Murong Shui followed Lu Qingqing's gaze and said, "Junior sister Lu, what are you looking at? He is the senior who saved you." Senior sister, Okay, don't think so much. When you return to the sect, you are destined to not have any intersection again. I will report it to Master. I will have a chance to see you in the future and thank this senior who saved you. It's senior sister, I listen to senior sister on everything. Although Lu Qingqing said this, he was thinking in his heart, how could there be no intersection? Wu Yang is the senior brother of Xiao Yunfang of Lyan sect, and he will definitely meet him in the sect in the future. She is already his. Lu Qingqing is thinking about how to face this useless senior brother in the eyes of others in the future. The monks on the altar gathered in twos and threes, discussing and communicating with each other. Some of them knew each other, and some of them were familiar with each other and were discussing the harvest of this secret realm. Just as everyone was talking, the vortex in the sky stopped rotating, a transparent barrier fell from the sky, covering the entire altar, and the exit of the secret realm of Mount Gamma officially appeared. At the moment when the exit of the secret realm solidified, Wu Yang's body turned into a stream of light, and he was the first to rush out. Buzz. There was a slight vibration at the exit of the secret realm, and the next moment Wu Yang appeared outside the secret realm. Not far from the 10 high platforms of Mount Gamma, Wu Yang's figure appeared. As soon as the two family elders Ku Jingzhong and Zheng Fan saw Wu Yang, they immediately sacrificed their magic weapons and killed him. At that time, Wu Yang escaped directly into the secret realm, causing their attacks to fail. Now that Wu Yang comes out of the secret realm, the two of them will definitely not let him go. As soon as Wu Yang stabilized his figure, he saw a red demon knife and a yellow flying sword attacking him. The demon sword exuded a blood-red sword light, and the flying sword had a golden sword light. With the injection of spiritual power from the early stage of nascent soul, the two magic weapons cut through the air, and came towards Wu Yang at great speed with a rumbling sound of breaking through the air. Wu Yang immediately used the spiritual shield, and the armor on his body exploded. Be fully defensive. He raised his right hand, and the dragon sword appeared in his hand. The spiritual power in his body exploded wildly. The white dragon instantly flew out of the sword body and grew in size. Wu Yang slashed out with his sword, boom. The dragon-shaped sword light struck on the attack of the demon sword and the yellow flying sword. The dragon body shattered, the dragon-shaped sword light disappeared directly, and turned into a white dragon again and returned to the dragon sword. Zheng Fan's demon sword and Ku Jingzhong's flying sword only stopped slightly. After smashing the dragon-shaped sword light, their speed did not slow down and continued to come towards Wu Yang. Boom! Two loud noises came, and the spirit sky shield accurately blocked the two attacks. Although the blood-red demon sword and the yellow flying sword were blocked by the spirit sky shield, the huge shockwave also caused Wu Yang to vomit a large mouthful of blood, and his body was directly knocked away. After all, he is a monk in the nascent soul stage. Wu Yang used the strength of the great perfection in the late stage of the golden core to fight against these two attacks. Although he was accurately blocked by the spiritual shield, the huge shock wave of the strength exploded in the nascent soul stage also hit Wu Yang. Seriously injured. Wu Yang, who was knocked away and seriously injured, turned around without caring about the injuries inside his body, and used 1,000 miles of thought to escape quickly. When Ku Jingzhong saw this, he was about to chase after him, but Zheng Fan reached out to stop him. Fellow Taoist Ku, don't be anxious. We will chase after the younger generation of our two families when they come out. He has been seriously injured at this time and cannot run far. As long as we search all the nearby cities, we will definitely have clues about him. Brother Jung is saying that I am too anxious. This kid can't run very far. When the younger generations of our two families come out, we will surround him and suppress him. We must kill this rat with his head hidden and his tail exposed, in order to relieve the hatred in my heart. At this time, monks continued to fly out from the exit of the secret realm. The disciples of the major sects flew to their elders as soon as they came out of the secret realm. Some of the children of the family also returned to the position of the family elders after coming out. As soon as those casual cultivators appeared, they flew towards the distance, fearing that the treasures they had finally obtained in the secret realm would be snatched away by others. An hour later, no one flew out from the exit of the secret realm of Mount Gamma. At this time, Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan were completely empty, because none of their children showed up. Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan have already thought of the worst ending, but they still hold on to the last glimmer of hope. Their faces are ashen at this moment, as if they are about to explode at any time. There were only 3 disciples beside the old man of the great demon sect, and the others had obviously been killed in the secret realm. Another quarter of an hour passed, and the exit to the secret realm of Mount Gamma was closed. The vortex in the air disappeared, which meant that all the people who had not come out by this time had been killed in the secret realm. Ah, Shuzi, the Ku family, will tear you into pieces even from heaven to earth. Ku Jingjong was already crazy at this time. None of the descendants of the Ku family he brought out were alive at the moment. This made him go back and explain to the family, so he attributed everything to Wu Yang. Jung Fan was also furious at this moment, his eyes were red. Ah, this hidden rat, even if you chase him to the end of the world, the Jung family will definitely wipe you out. Jung Fan's heart was the same as that of Ku Jingjong. All the descendants of the family he brought out died in the secret realm of Mount Gamma. His family would definitely punish him after he returned. At this moment, Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan were like 2 furious lions, threatening to tear everything apart at any time. The old man of the great demon sect looked at the remaining 3 disciples expressionlessly, as if the loss of several disciples had no impact on him. Let's go, the old man of the great demon sect said softly, and he took the remaining 3 disciples and disappeared into black mist. After counting the number of people, the elders of each major sect also flew towards the distance with the disciples of their respective sects. Some family forces also withdrew one after another. Although disciples from other families also died, only 1 or 2 people died. Only the Ku family and the Jung family were wiped out. As for the casualties of some casual cultivators, no one counted them, and no one cared whether a casual cultivator died. Now only Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan were left on Mount Gamma. After a long silence, Jung Fan looked at Ku Jingjong. Fellow Taoist Ku, if we go back like this, we will definitely be punished by our respective families. Why don't we catch this kid first and then bring him back to the family and put everything on him? What fellow Taoist Jung said makes sense, we must risk our lives to bring him back, otherwise we will not be able to explain to our respective families. The 2 of them looked at each other, and their figures disappeared directly in the direction in which Wu Yang was escaping. Wu Yang supported his injured body and used 1,000 thoughts of thought twice more. As soon as the figure appeared, he vomited 2 more mouthfuls of blood. He stuffed a handful of elixirs into his mouth and flew directly towards Longbow City without caring about healing. The body fell from the air at the entrance of Longbow City, took off his night clothes and face towel, and quickly rushed towards Longbow City. After passing the city gate, he took out the token of Wanlong Trading Company without stopping, and the monks guarding the city did not dare to stop him. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Yang hurriedly rushed into the Wanlong commercial store. Where is Zhang Qinghai? When the waiter saw that the person coming was Wu Yang and he was so anxious to see the shopkeeper, he immediately pointed in the direction of the back hall. Senior brother Wu, the shopkeeper is inside. Before the waiter finished speaking, Wu Yang ran in. Zhang Qinghai was drinking tea in the back hall when he saw Wu Yang running in. He quickly stood up to greet him. Senior brother Wu, are you back? Why are you so anxious? Please sit down quickly. I said, listen, don't interrupt me. Remember every word I say next. Okay, Senior brother Wu, you say it. Zhang Qinghai looked at the injured Wu Yang and realized the seriousness of the matter. He immediately cheered up. These are the 3 high-level elixirs you asked for, these are the low-level elixirs I got, and these magic weapons, you can exchange them all for me with spiritual stones. Don't calculate in detail, just give me a rough idea. Also, the other half of the spiritual stones you promised me before, and last month's share of my fairy mask, I want to take them all away now. Hurry up and prepare the spirit stones, speed. Quote. After Zhang Qinghai heard what Wu Yong said, he stood up and left. After a while, he brought back a storage bag. As the shopkeeper, he could see the value of these elixirs and magic weapons at a glance. Including the other half of the 200,000 spiritual stones promised before, and the 300,000 spiritual stones divided into last month's facial mask, there are a total of 900,000 low-grade spiritual stones, but Zhang Qinghai still gave an extra 100,000, making up 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Spiritual stone. Senior brother Wu, this is 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. The extra 100,000 should be given to you by my Wanlong Trading Company. Okay, I'm not welcome. I need spiritual stones very much now. Also, please remember, don't sell these magic weapons during this period. It will be sold in stores at least 2 months later. If anyone comes to ask you about the secret realm of Mount Gamma, you must not tell, let alone what happened between us. Remember, no matter what, you cannot reveal my identity to anyone, do you understand? Quote. Yes, it's senior brother Wu, I will keep it secret. Okay, I'm leaving. If I don't go to other branches of your Wanlong Commercial Bank next month to get the facial mask share, you will send it to Inter-sect and give it to the holy girl for me. Wu Yong walked out of Wanlong Commercial Bank without waiting for Zhang Qinghai's reply. He came to the city gate as quickly as possible and used 1,000 miles of thought directly, and his figure disappeared instantly. A quarter of an hour later, 2 figures fell at the gate of Longbo City. They were Ku Jingzhong and Zheng Fan who were chasing them. As soon as they landed, they walked into the city. Ask for information from major business houses to see if there are any monks coming to trade magic weapons and spiritual medicines. But nothing was found. The 2 then left Longbo City and went to the next city. Wu Yong used the 1,000 miles twice again, came to the edge of a cliff, fell down, and used the dragon sword to open a cave in the middle of the cliff. As soon as he entered the cave, Wu Yong spit out a mouthful of blood again, then took out more than a dozen bottles of healing pills and swallowed them directly. Then summon the system. System, come out quickly, it's urgent. Ding, host summons detected. Are there any hidden formations and defensive restrictions? Ding, the formation and defensive restrictions panel appears, please choose. Wu Yong directly chose the most expensive hidden formation and a defensive restriction. It cost 10,000 points. Ding. Congratulations to the host for getting the 5 elements formation and the Plum Blossom 18 restrictions. After deducting 10,000 points, there are now 35,000 points left. Ding. The 5 elements formation begins to comprehend. Ding. The 5 elements formation is successfully comprehended. Ding. The Plum Blossom 18 forbiddens begins to comprehend. Ding. The Plum Blossom 18 forbiddens are successfully comprehended. Recharge me another 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 1 million low-grade spirit stones, and now there are 45,000 points left. Wu Yong no longer pays attention to the system, and directly takes out the 5 small flags attached to the 5 elements formation and waves them with one hand. The 5 small flags are inserted around the cave. As the formation flags fall, the entrance of the cave disappears and turns into a stone wall. The cave is hidden by the formation. Wu Yong keeps making seals with both hands at this time. According to the seal-making method of the Plum Blossom 18 forbiddens in his mind, he hits the seals one by one. He has set more than a dozen restrictions around the cave. As the last restriction falls, hum. The entire defensive restriction is formed, and the restriction makes a humming sound. After doing all this, Wu Yong took out a handful of pills and swallowed them, and then he began to sit cross-legged to heal his wounds. At this time, Ku Jingzhong and Zheng Fan were releasing their spiritual consciousness in the air, which could only be released by the nascent soul stage. The 2 were 100 miles away from each other. Because the spiritual consciousness of the early nascent soul stage can only be spread out within 100 miles, Ku Jingzhong's spiritual consciousness swept across the cliff where Wu Yong was hiding, and after scanning back and forth several times, he did not find anything abnormal. Then he flew away directly and headed for the next place, and Wu Yong did not notice all this. He was now concentrating on healing his wounds, and from time to time he poured out a few pills and put them in his mouth. 10 days later, Wu Yong ended his cultivation state. At this time, his pills had been used up, and his strength had recovered almost to the point of recovery. It's been 10 days, the elixir is gone, and my body has recovered 80%. It seems that I have to continue looking for elixir. My realm is still too low. I have to improve to the nascent soul stage as soon as possible, otherwise I will definitely not be able to escape if I meet Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan again. Wu Yong hid in the cave for another 10 days. On this day, Wu Yong took back the 5 elements array flag, removed the defensive ban, walked out of the cave and flew up to the cliff. Then he used the thought of 1,000 miles, and his figure went south. Holding the map he got from Wanlong Commercial Bank before, he was going to the largest city of immortal cultivators in Jingxian Kingdom. On the one hand, in order to avoid the pursuit of Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan, on the other hand, in order to promote the Tianxian mask, he now urgently needs a large amount of spiritual stones to improve himself. Only when his strength is improved can he have the ability to protect himself. Otherwise, if he offends the Ku family and the Jung family today, he may offend the Wang family, the Li family, and the Zhang family in the future. There are so many forces in the entire cultivation world, and there are countless people with high cultivation. Only by becoming stronger can you deal with various emergencies. Otherwise, if you offend someone with a higher cultivation level than you again, you won't know how you died. After a month of continuous travel, Wu Yong came to the largest immortal cultivation city in Jingxian country, Lintian City. The entire Lintian City is more than 10 times larger than Longbo City. There are dozens of immortal cultivation families in the city, and each family has a cultivator who has reached the great perfection of the late nascent soul. Wu Yong looked at the huge city gate and walked towards the city gate. Stop, cultivators who want to enter the city must pay 20 low-grade spirit stones. Wu Yong didn't even look at the chi refining cultivator who stopped him. This was just a Lintian city guarding cultivator. He threw out 20 low-grade spirit stones directly. The chi refining soldiers took back their weapons and let Wu Yong enter Lintian City. On the main street of the East District of Lintian City, Wu Yong picked the largest business and walked in. Hello, sir, welcome to Wanbaolo. How can I help you? A slender waitress ran over to greet Wu Yong as soon as she saw him walk in. I need some healing pills, can you introduce some to me? Sir, please come this way, the pill area is here. The waitress guided Wu Yong to the pill area. Wanbaolo is worthy of its name. It is not only divided into a pill area, but also a magic weapon area, a martial arts area, and a talisman area. It is said that the treasure of Wanbaolo is a spiritual weapon. That is a spiritual weapon, not a magic weapon. Even a top-level magic weapon is as fragile as tofu in front of a low-level spiritual weapon. However, only high-level monks can use spiritual weapons. Only high-level monks above the divine transformation stage can barely activate spiritual weapons to attack. Because every time a spiritual weapon is used, a large amount of spiritual power is consumed, and the spiritual power below the nascent soul stage simply cannot bear the consumption of the spiritual weapon. Of course, these magic weapons and spiritual weapons can be redeemed in the system. Wu Yong does not need to buy these things outside. As long as the spiritual stones are enough, he has everything in his system, but no pills. Sir, this is our elixir area. What kind of elixir do you need? Where is the healing elixir? Also introduce to me the elixir for restoring spiritual power. Sir, this is Union Pill, a high-grade healing pill. It costs 200 yuan for a bottle of low-grade spiritual stones, and a bottle contains 10 pills. This is a high-grade spiritual recovery pill. When the spiritual power is exhausted, taking one pill can restore 10% of the spiritual power. A bottle of 10 pills can be taken by monks below the nascent soul stage. The same bottle costs 200 low-grade spiritual stones. Quote, give me 100 bottles of the same. This is 40,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Wu Yong took out a storage bag and handed it to the waiter. The waiter took the storage bag and scanned it. Master, please come this way. Please wait a moment while I go get the elixir. The waiter took Wu Yong back to the counter and turned around to get the elixir. After a while, the waiter took the storage bag that Wu Yong had just put in the spirit stone and handed it back to Wu Yong. Sir, there are 100 bottles of Yun Yan Dan and 100 bottles of Wei Ling Dan inside, please keep them. Wu Yong took the storage bag and scanned it with his consciousness. Looking at the waiter's face, He said, "Is your shopkeeper here? I have a business I want to discuss with him." Being stared at by Wu Yang, the waitress suddenly became shy. "Sir, our shopkeeper, just went out to do some business and won't be back until tomorrow." "Okay, then I'll come back tomorrow. This is a fairy mask. If your skin is so dry, I'll put it on you." Wu Yang took out a facial mask and was about to put it on the waitress. "Mr. Gongzi, this is not good. Men and women cannot have love. Okay, you apply it yourself. Applying this fairy mask can make your face white and tender. Your face is so dry, so you need to use it every day to replenish it." The waitress touched her face, and followed Wu Yang's instructions with disbelief to apply the mask. "Wow, sir, my face feels cool, so comfortable. Remember to take it off after an hour. After taking it off, wash your face and compare it with your previous skin. Remember to tell your shopkeeper that I will come back to him at this time tomorrow." Quote. "Well, I will tell the shopkeeper that a young man wants to discuss business with her. Okay, just remember, I'm leaving. Remember to take it down after an hour, otherwise it won't be absorbed thoroughly enough." After Wu Yang said that, he turned around and walked out of Wan Tower, and came to the trading house that sold Dongfu. Use 50,000 low-grade spiritual stones to rent a medium-sized cave for 3 months. He planned to stay in Lintian City during this period, on the one hand to avoid pursuit, and on the other hand he also wanted to promote the Tianxian mask. Hurry up and earn spiritual stones to improve your cultivation and realm. Returning to the cave, Wu Yang set up a defensive ban, and then began to make the fairy mask. He planned to take 10,000 pieces of the fairy mask to Wanbao Tower as samples tomorrow. Strive to take down the shopkeeper of Wanbao Tower, so that the person behind Wanbao Tower can come out to negotiate the price with him. One day passed, Wu Yang made 10,000 pieces of Tianxian facial mask, and rushed to Wanbao Tower with the mask in hand. As soon as I walked in, yesterday's waitress came running up to me. "Sir, you are really here. Look at me. My skin has really improved. I don't act like this anymore." "Well, is your shopkeeper back?" The waitress kept nodding her head like a lucky cat. "Yeah, our shopkeeper is back and is settling accounts upstairs now. I'll report it." The waitress ran to the second floor with a happy face. She looked back halfway, fearing that Wu Yang was about to leave. After a while, she ran downstairs again, and the continuous running made her slightly panting. "Sir, our shopkeeper asked you to come up and speak." "Okay, you lead the way." "Master, please come this way." Wu Yang followed the waitress to the door of a room on the second floor. "Shopkeeper, the young master is here." The waitress spoke respectfully at the door, and as soon as she finished speaking, a beautiful female voice came out of the room. "Please come in, young man." When Wu Yang heard that the shopkeeper was a girl, and her voice was so charming, he shuddered, and then shook his head to get rid of the dirty thoughts. "Here, these are 5 masks, you apply 1 a day, just like yesterday." Wu Yang took out 5 masks and gave them to the waitress, which was also a thank you for telling their shopkeeper about his coming. The waitress took the Tianxian mask and was immediately happy. "Thank you, young man, I will use it according to the method you taught me yesterday." After the waitress finished speaking, she ran downstairs happily. Wu Yang gently pushed the door open and saw a graceful figure sitting in front of a square tea table. From the back, the exquisite pearl hairpin on the top of the head was inserted into the ends of the hair, and the black and beautiful long hair was scattered on the back like a waterfall. A tight cheongsam outlined the perfect curve below the waist, and the slender body had no extra fat. Just from the back, you can tell that she is definitely a beauty. Wu Yang pushed the door open and walked into the house. The shopkeeper of Wanbao immediately stood up to greet him. When he turned around, Wu Yang was stunned. Beautiful, very charming, especially those eyes, as if they could seduce people, exquisite face, high nose and red lipstick on the mouth. Wu Yang looked down. Wow, he almost couldn't control himself. This figure can only be described as perfect, and the S-shaped figure immediately appeared in his eyes. There is meat where there should be meat, and there is no fat where there shouldn't be meat. Lu Mei looked at Xiaoyang, who was in a daze, and put the light gauze in his hand at the corner of his mouth and laughed. Wu Yang also woke up at this time, realized that he had lost his composure and apologized immediately. "I'm sorry, shopkeeper, I lost my composure for a moment. I really haven't seen such a beautiful girl. Hee, is this young man praising me? Please take a seat, I heard the waiter below say that you have business to discuss with me. Why don't you sit down and talk? Wu Yong listened to this beautiful voice, coupled with this graceful figure, and sat opposite Lu Mei with a faster heartbeat. I don't know what the shopkeeper's name is. I am Wu Yong, the senior brother of Xiao Yunfang of Xian sect. So you are a disciple of Xian sect. How is elder Lyan Ling of your Xian sect? My name is Lu Mei, and I am the shopkeeper of Wan Tower. I have met your elder Lyan Ling several times. Hearing Lu Mei's words, Wu Yong was shocked. This shopkeeper also knew elder Lyan Ling. It seems that he is also a Yuanying old monster. So shopkeeper Lu also knows Master Li. This is what happened. When you came back and saw the waitress downstairs, did you feel that she was different from before? Oh, you mean the one who just brought you up? When I came back, I heard her say that you gave her a piece of Tianxian facial mask, and her face did look whiter after using it. But does this have anything to do with the business that Mr. Wu is going to talk about today? This Lu Mei is worthy of being the shopkeeper of Wanbaolo. She knew that Wu Yong was going to talk to her about the Tianxian facial mask business, but she pretended to know nothing. Wu Yong is also a smart person. Seeing this situation, he also felt that he had met an opponent. Shopkeeper Lu, this Tianxian mask is exactly what I want to discuss with you. This mask can not only hydrate, but also make women's skin more and more tender. Even if you have taken the anti-aging pill, applying this mask can make you younger and more youthful. And this Tianxian mask has become popular in our Xian sect. Even Master Lyan Ling is using it. I have also reached a cooperation with Wanlong Commercial Bank in Longbo City. Now it has been sold out in Wanlong Commercial Bank's territory, and all customers' feedback is very good. Oh, is it really as magical as you said? Then how does Mr. Wu want to cooperate with our Wanbao building? Lu Mei listened to Wu Yong's introduction and was also happy. This is a business that makes a lot of money. Although she was very surprised, her face was very calm. Of course, she knew the changes in the waitress downstairs after using it. She just wanted to have more bargaining chips during the negotiation, so she acted so casually. May I ask if shopkeeper Lu's words represent the owner of Wanbao Tower? If not, please report to the owner of Wanbao Tower. Wu Yong will be grateful. He, Mr. Wu, don't worry. This Wanbao Tower is my Lu family's property. Wanbao Tower is spread across dozens of cities in Jingxian country, and I can make the final decision for each branch of Wanbao Tower. Oh, it turns out to be Miss Lu. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to look down on Miss Lu just now. I just wanted to talk to someone who can make the final decision. I understand. Then Mr. Wu, please tell me your conditions. I can make the decision on behalf of Wanbao Tower. I can give you the method of making Tianxian mask, but I want 2 million low-grade spirit stones and 60% of the profit. How about it? Mr. Wu's conditions for Wanlong Commercial Bank are 2 million low-grade spirit stones, plus 50% of the profit. Why do I want 60%? Wu Yong was even more surprised. Lu Mei actually knew the conditions he reached with Wanlong Commercial Bank. Well, I just want Miss Lu to have room for bargaining. Since Miss Lu already knows, then it's 50%, 2 million low-grade spirit stones plus 50% of the profit. My Wanbao building can only give you 40%, 2 million low-grade spirit stones plus 40% of the profit. The size of our Wanbao building is 5 times that of Wanlong Commercial Bank. Moreover, our branches are all in major immortal cultivation cities, with countless cultivators coming and going every day. Even if I give you 40%, you can still make a lot of money. Wu Yong admired Lu Mei very much. No wonder she could become the general manager of Wanbao building. She is really good. As expected, Miss Lu is able to get a good price. I admire you. Okay, just follow what Miss Lu said, 2 million low-grade spiritual stones plus 40% of the profit. But I still have one condition, that is, Wanbaolo cannot sell Tianxian facial masks on the site of Wanlong Commercial Bank, because I have signed an agreement with Wanlong Commercial Bank. One of them is that no other store selling fairy facial masks can appear on the site of Bandong Commercial Bank. I hope Ms. Lu will understand. Lu Mei laughed seductively when she heard this. Mr. Wu, don't worry. The Lu family doesn't like the small territory of Wanlong Trading Company. Just as the master said, the little girl will prepare the prohibition agreement now. Master, wait a moment. After Lu Mei finished speaking, she stood up and walked out of the room. Wu Yong looked at this wonderful figure, and blood surged in his body. I feel like I have another goal. After a while, Lu Mei walked in with a restraining agreement and a storage bag in her other hand. Mr. Wu, take a look at this agreement. If there is no problem, we will sign it directly. This is 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. Lu Mei put an agreement and a storage bag on the table. Wu Yong picked up the agreement and started reading. Well, that's no problem, Miss Lu, just sign it. After Wu Yong finished speaking, he directly used his spiritual power to write his name, and Lu Mei also used her spiritual power to write her name on the agreement. After the two signed their names, they tapped their eyebrows with their fingers. Each of them flew out a drop of blood essence and blended it into the prohibition agreement. Buzz. As soon as the prohibition agreement absorbed the blood essence, it dissipated in the air. At this point, the Tianxian facial mask sales agreement between Wu Yong and Wan Baolo officially came into effect. Wu Yong took out the formula he had already written and handed it to Lu Mei. Ms. Lu, this is the recipe for the facial mask. I hope it won't be leaked out. Also, this is 10,000 pieces of the fairy mask that I prepared myself. You can use these days for promotion and let customers who are interested in purchasing try it out. You can use it just like the waitress did yesterday. Quote. Ha ha ha, Mr. Wu is really thoughtful in his preparations. Since such a young woman is so disrespectful, these 10,000 pieces of fairy facial masks are just to prepare for opening up the market. In 3 days, all accounts of Wanbao Tower will start selling Tianxian facial mask, and they will be sold at the price of 5 spiritual stones per piece as stated in the agreement. From now on, you can receive your monthly share at any branch of my Wanbao building. This is the cooperation token of my Lu family. Please keep it, Mr. Wu. Quote. Wu Yong took the token handed over by Lu Mei, and Lu Mei deliberately touched Wu Yong's hand, which made Wu Yong excited. He, Mr. Wu is still shy. Miss Lu, this joke is not funny. I know you are testing me. If I have any evil intentions, you will probably slap me to death immediately. My little girl likes Mr. Wu to be so shy. Ha 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 ha, it's so interesting. I want to come and play with my sister more often when I have time in the future. Although he said this, Wu Yong knew that the incredibly beautiful woman in front of him was a genuine nascent soul stage monster. He dared to provoke her because he thought his life was too long. Maybe one day he would be shot to death when he was unhappy. Wu Yong secretly thought in his heart, HMPH, let you tease me, and when I reach the late nascent soul stage, I will ride you like a horse. Then you will see if I am shy, but now I will bear with you. Quote. Although I thought so in my heart, I still spoke respectfully. Ms. Lu, then, I'll leave first. You still have to arrange for someone to produce the facial mask. I won't bother you anymore. I'll come back at the end of the month. Wu Yong took the token and the storage bag on the table, put it in his arms and walked out of Wanbao Tower, returning to the cave without staying too much. Shoot out 5 small flags and set up a defensive ban. He took out Union Dan and ate 2 pills, then sat down and started to heal. Only 80% of his previous injuries have recovered. Now he has to return to his peak condition and then start to break through. 2 days later, Wu Yong opened his eyes and took a breath. I finally recovered. Fu Jing Zhong and Jung Fan, wait for me. I will go find you. System, call the system, get up and go to work, buddy, I need to top up. Ding. It is detected that the host needs to recharge, please enter the recharge amount. Give me 2 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 2 million low-grade spiritual stones and successfully redeeming 20,000 points. The current score is 65,000 points. Enhance my realm to the nascent soul stage. Ding. Does the host choose to spend 50,000 points to upgrade from the golden elixir stage to the nascent soul stage? Please choose. Yes. Ding. Congratulations to the host for advancing to the nascent soul stage. The nascent soul is condensing. Please wait. The system body reminds that it takes 3 days for the nascent soul to condense. When the nascent soul is condensed and formed, there will be a catastrophe, and the host needs to choose a place to meet the catastrophe. Only when the host can resist the 3-9 thunder tribulations on its own can it be considered successful. If it cannot withstand the heavenly tribulation, the host will be hacked to death. Do you still need to go through the heavenly tribulation? What if I am hacked to death? Ignore it, leave the city quickly to find a place to overcome the tribulation. If the caves around the tribulation here are struck by lightning, the city lord's mansion will ask me to compensate if I can't save it. Quote. Wu Yong jumped up, put away the formation flag, removed the restrictions and left the cave, arriving at Wan Tower again. Hey, Mr. Wu is here again not long after he left. Do you miss your sister? As soon as she entered the door, she met Lu Mei. When Lu Mei saw Wu Yong coming back, she immediately started talking flirtatiously. Sister Lu, please don't make fun of me. This time is really urgent. Do you have anything that can withstand the catastrophe? Oh, Mr. Wu is about to survive the 3-9 thunder tribulations. Tisk, 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 he has already given birth to a baby at such a young age. What a terrifying future he will have. My sister is falling in love with you more and more. How about becoming her son-in-law? Ha ha ha. Quote. Although Lu Mei made teasing words, she was already shocked in her heart. Wu Yong was still injured 2 days ago. Although there was the presence of Huan Yu, she could not tell that Wu Yong had reached the late stage of golden elixir and great consummation 2 days ago. But in just 2 days, Wu Yong not only recovered his cultivation, but also began to condense the nascent soul. Anyone who knew this would be shocked. Sister Lu, please stop teasing me and tell me if there is any magic weapon that can withstand the catastrophe. He, come with sister. Lu Mei took Wu Yong to the talisman area and took a human-shaped talisman from the shelf. A piece of yellow paper was cut into the shape of a villain, and it was filled with dense lines. This is a clone talisman. It is guided by your own essence and blood. After being stimulated, it will turn into a clone that is exactly like you. It can attract some of the tribulations to a certain extent. And it can activate multiple talismans at the same time, but it will consume a lot of essence and blood. This is also the shortcoming of this talisman. Generally, nascent soul monks who normally survive the 3-9 thunder tribulations will activate 3 at the same time. The success rate of overcoming the tribulation will also increase by 20%. Quote. Ah, it's only 20%. Isn't that a bit low? Just be content. Do you know what 20% means? This avatar talisman is already the best tribulation talisman. Okay, give me 10 pieces for 1 piece. Mr. Wu is our partner in Wan Tower, and these 10 avatars are given to you by my sister. When you become a great monk in the future, don't forget your sister. Quote. Of course, Lu Mei would not give up the favor of a monk with great potential for these tens of thousands of spiritual stones at this time. What is the concept of a nascent soul stage monk who is no more than 50 years old? He must be a key training target for any major force. Maybe this is the person who will lead Jinxian Kingdom to be promoted to the 5th level cultivation country in the future. Lu Mei, who is so rich and powerful, has caught it safely. Ah, are you giving it to me now? Haha, okay, Sister Lu, then I'm not polite. Don't worry, I will treat you well in the future. Wu Yong was so happy when he heard it was free. He would be a fool if he didn't take advantage of it. He, sister, I take it seriously, you have to be nice to me in the future. By the way, Sister Lu, there is one more thing you have to keep secret from me. That's the matter of my cultivation. Don't tell anyone. No one but you knows that I'm about to give birth to a baby. Also, if I have the opportunity to meet people from the Lyan sect in the future, don't reveal my cultivation level and realm. After all, my dream is to be a salted fish. Quote. Okay, sister, I promise you, this is our little secret, and I won't tell anyone. Lu Mei also knew that she had found a treasure now. She wanted to hide this piece of jade, but she discovered it. Of course she would keep this secret. What if someone else robbed her? But what she didn't know was that someone would really rob her in the future, and it would be several sisters. Wu Yong accepted the clone talisman and said goodbye to Lu Mei, then left Lintian City and flew towards the sky. A day later, he was in a deserted valley. Wu Yong's figure fell down and looked around the valley. Well, this is it. There's no one here and it's secluded enough. Let's survive the tribulation here. God, I beg you to be merciful beyond the law and chop it lightly. I managed to get through it with great difficulty. Don't kill me, I haven't reached the peak of my life yet and married by Fumei. Quote. Wu Yong bowed to the sky with a mean look. At this time, there was a sudden thunder and boom in the sky, accompanied by a small lightning. Wu Yong was so frightened that he jumped up. Do you understand or not? You really don't want to kill me. Then he set up defensive restrictions around the valley. Wu Yong kept making seals with his hands, placing restrictions one by one around him. After a while, a defensive restriction was formed. Feeling that it was not safe enough, Wu Yong set up several more defensive restrictions. The explosive armor and spiritual shield were also in full operation, and they were always ready. Who knows when this ghost thunder will strike? What if it is earlier? If you don't have protection when it strikes, you will still be struck to death by lightning. After doing all this, Wu Yong took out 10 more clone talismans given by Lu Mei, and 10 drops of essence and blood flew out from the center of his eyebrows and merged into the clone talismans. Immediately, 10 people who looked exactly like Wu Yong appeared next to him. As 10 drops of blood essence flew out, Wu Yong's face turned pale, obviously he had consumed too much. I really can't activate too many clone talismans. These 10 drops of blood essence cost me so much, and this clone can't attack. Apart from overcoming tribulations, this clone talisman is really useless for other purposes. Quote. He took out 2 pills of healing pill and union pill, and then sat down to practice. An hour later, Wu Yong ended his training state, stood up and gave instructions to the 10 clones around him. You all spread out and surround the valley. Don't stand together and let the thunder tribulation destroy them all in one fell swoop. I still need to rely on you to give me the power of the thunder tribulation. Quote. As soon as he finished speaking, 10 clones immediately flew out and stopped around the valley, 10 clones and 10 locations. Wu Yong looked around, found an inconspicuous seat and sat down too. 2 days have passed, and the valley has been extremely quiet during these 2 days. Ding! The host nascent soul has been formed, and the catastrophe is about to come. Please prepare the host. As the voice of the system came from his mind, a milky white villain flew out from Wu Yong's head. Upon closer inspection, the villain looked exactly like himself. This is a miniature version of himself. At this time, the nascent soul slowly rises, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the entire valley suddenly converges towards Wu Yong's nascent soul. The nascent soul had just been formed and needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A huge funnel was formed in the sky, from bottom to top. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was stirred crazily and continued to gather towards Yuanying. As the majestic spiritual energy of heaven and earth was absorbed by Yuanying became more solid at this time. An hour later, the spiritual energy vortex disappeared, and the nascent soul slowly fell onto Wu Yong's head again. Boom! As Yuanying returned to his position, Wu Yong's whole body emitted a wave of spiritual power. The spiritual shock wave made the surrounding trees roar. Before he could realize the changes in his body, a large black cloud formed in the sky. There were bursts of lightning and thunder in the dark clouds. Boom! Boom! Wu Yong looked up at the large dark clouds. He knew that the 3-9 thunder tribulation was coming. The 3-9 thunder tribulations is the first heavenly tribulation that monks in the nascent soul stage need to overcome. There are 3 divine thunders in total. Thunder tribulations are divided into 3 levels, the 3-9 thunder tribulations, the 6-9 thunder tribulations, and the 9-9 thunder tribulations. These are the 3 thunder tribulations that monks need to survive from the nascent soul to the Mahayana stage. Because starting from the nascent soul stage, a monk is equivalent to having 2 lives. Even if the body of a monk in the nascent soul stage is shattered, as long as his nascent soul can escape, he can take over his body again. The second thunder tribulation will occur when the void refining stage breaks through the fusion stage, because at that time the Yuanying has become the Yuanshan, and the Yuanshan will form a substantial existence after the void refining. The integration stage is the substantial fusion of the soul and the body. At that time, there is no need for the soul to leave the body, and the monk can clearly detect things thousands of miles away with just a thought. The 9-9 thunder tribulation will appear when the tribulation period is promoted to the Mahayana stage. At this time, the monks will experience the 5 declines of heaven and man, physical body, bones, internal organs, cultivation, and spiritual consciousness. After experiencing these 5 declines, they will not die. 99 thunder tribulations will appear, and 9 terrifying heavenly tribulations will fall. As long as they resist these 99 thunder tribulations, the monks will enter the Mahayana stage and have a long lifespan. It can almost be said that he lives as long as heaven. In order to prevent these monks from going against heaven, the way of heaven creates thunder tribulations, which are obstacles that prevent the monks from improving. Rumble, the calamity cloud has formed above Wu Yong's head, and huge thunder comes from the calamity cloud. Wu Yong was already very energetic, and 11 Wu Yongs looked up at Jia Yun at the same time. At this moment, a golden thunderbolt flashed out from inside the calamity cloud, rumbling towards the 11 Wu Yong. I saw a golden thunderbolt as thick as the mouth of a bull descending from the sky, with a rumbling sound. The golden thunderbolt immediately divided into 11 parts and struck at the 11 Wu Yong. Just less than 10 meters away from the heads of 11 Wu Yong, a golden thunderbolt that struck towards Wu Yong's body grew larger instantly. The remaining 10 golden thunderbolts shrank immediately. As if the thunder calamity knew where Wu Yong's body was, it immediately condensed most of the golden thunderbolts and struck towards the body. I've been discovered. Looks like I have to deal with it forcefully. Boom. Before he finished speaking, golden thunder and lightning had already struck 11 Wu Yong. The 10 clones were immediately shattered by golden thunder and lightning, turning into a piece of yellow paper and dispersing in the air. Boom. Wu Yong's body was also hit by golden lightning, but the defensive restrictions blocked most of the power of the thunder, and the spiritual shield accurately intercepted the remaining thunder. The first thunderbolt was resisted by Wu Yong without any danger. Jaeyin saw that the first thunderbolt did not kill Wu Yong, but he was brewing the next more terrifying thunderbolt. Wu Yong took advantage of this gap and continued to use defensive restrictions. After a few breaths, the second golden thunderbolt descended from the calamity cloud, with a loud thump. The second thunder calamity was more than twice as big as the first one. At this time, all the clone talismans were gone, and Wu Yong could only bear the second thunder tribulation. The golden thunder and lightning in the sky rumbled down rapidly, and the spiritual power in Wu Yong's body was running wildly. Boom! As the golden thunder and lightning struck down the surrounding defensive restrictions, it only lasted for one breath before being smashed into pieces. Boom! The second protective spiritual shield intercepted accurately, but it still couldn't withstand the power of the golden thunder and lightning, and was directly sent flying. In an instant, golden thunder and lightning struck Wu Yong, and with another loud bang, Wu Yong was directly thrown away, and his body hit the surrounding mountains. The explosive armor removed most of the power of the thunder, but a small part of the thunder still struck Wu Yong. As Wu Yong was knocked away, the second lightning tribulation ended. Wu Yong stood up forcefully, and saw that his clothes had been torn to pieces by the lightning tribulation, and now he looked like a beggar. The hair on the top of his head was singed and puffs of white smoke were coming out. His face seemed to have been smeared with charcoal. There were holes in his clothes and pants, and even one of his shoes was ripped off. After standing up, Wu Yong took out a lot of healing pills and union pills and stuffed them into his mouth. With a casual move of the spiritual sky shield, he flew back to him from the ruins. The spiritual power in the body explodes, the spiritual shield is running at full strength, and the explosive armor is blessed at the same time. There was no time to heal his wounds, so he kept making seals with his hands and punched out one defensive restriction after another, setting up a dozen more defensive restrictions at an extremely fast speed. After doing all this, Wu Yong took out the Yulong sword, raised his head and stared at the black robbery cloud, and pointed his sword towards the robbery cloud. Come on, do you think I have no temper and will only avoid it? Come on. After being hit by 2 thunderbolts, Wu Yong was also furious at this moment. Since it was useless to avoid it, then face it. Jia Yun seemed to have seen Wu Yong's provocation, and at this moment, a thick golden thunder condensed and formed. Boom, boom. Golden thunder also seemed to be angry. This lower realm ant dared to provoke the heavenly tribulation. Boom, the thick golden thunderbolt fell rapidly with a rumbling sound breaking through the sky. Wu Yong's spiritual energy crazily poured into the wandering dragon sword in his hand, and he slashed at the falling golden thunder. Roar! A loud dragon roar came out, and a dragon-shaped sword was swung out by Wu Yong with all his strength. The dragon-shaped sword light hit the golden thunder, and there was a huge explosion. The dragon-shaped sword light dissipated directly, and the golden thunder struck at Wuyong after a pause. Boom, the surrounding defensive restrictions were shattered, and boom, the spiritual shield was blown away again. Withdrawing the wandering dragon sword, Wuyong punched the golden thunder. Heaven-breaking fist. Boom, the golden thunder hit the explosive armor. Bang, the explosive armor was instantly shattered, and the fragments flew everywhere. Then Wuyong's fist also hit the golden thunder. Boom, a huge explosion sounded, the shock wave spread to all directions, and all the rocks on the ground were shattered by the explosive shock wave. Wuyong's body hit the mountain heavily, the stone wall shattered, and several bones in his body were broken. After being seriously injured, Wuyong finally withstood the third lightning disaster. At this time, the black calamity clouds dissipated, and the surrounding sky became clear again. Poof! Wuyong, who was lying on the ground, spit out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, all the hair on the top of his head had been singed, leaving only a bald head, and there was no good spot on his body. The body was struck by lightning and suffered horrific scars, and all of his clothes had been burned. Propping up his body with both hands, Wuyong sat up and used his last bit of spiritual power to shoot out 5 small flags. The 5 elements formation immediately hid the entire valley. After setting up a hidden formation, he took out a large amount of Yun Yan Dan and Wei Ling Dan, swallowed them, and started healing directly. 5 days later, Wuyong's hair had grown back on his head. He recovered from his cultivation state, opened his eyes and let out a breath of turbid air. He stood up and took out a set of clothes from his storage bag and put them on. At this moment, Wuyong's face was radiant, and a pressure of the nascent soul stage came out of his body. With a casual move, the spiritual sky shield flew back and was stored in the storage bag. System, call the system. Ding, it has been detected that the host has passed through the 3-9 thunder tribulations. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the nascent soul stage. Improve my realm. Ding, after deducting 10,000 points, the host was successfully promoted to the early stage of nascent soul. 5,000 points left. Give me another pair of explosive armor. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the explosive armor. 5,000 points will be deducted. The current points are 0. 0 is 0, life-saving equipment must be equipped. At this time, Wuyong has survived the 3-9 thunder tribulations and is now a serious early-stage nascent soul monk. He will never run away when he encounters Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan again. He stood up, retracted the 5 small flags, and looked at the surrounding valley that had been struck by lightning. All the surrounding trees were destroyed and the rocks were broken. Wuyong's body rose into the air, and the consciousness of the early stage of nascent soul spread out directly, covering a radius of 100 miles. Is this the strength of the nascent soul stage? Sure enough, everything within a radius of 100 miles can be accurately detected. Even the spiritual power within the body is more than 10 times greater. After muttering to himself, he directly used Yi Qinli, Zhu, and reappeared thousands of miles away. At this time, Wuyong could not consume much spiritual power in his body. After reaching the nascent soul stage, all martial arts and combat skills can be performed more casually, unlike the golden core stage where one can only use them a few times before the spiritual power is exhausted. Wuyong flew in the direction of Lintian City. Along the way, his spiritual consciousness in the early stage of Yuanying kept spreading. It was also the first time for him to use his spiritual consciousness to sweep. This skill was impossible to do in the golden elixir stage before. Hey, it turned out to be them. Humph, this time we will settle the old and new grudges together. The grudges for serious injuries and pursuits will be settled with you two today. When Wuyong was curiously spreading his consciousness, he suddenly discovered Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan, who were on their way. Probably because they still couldn't find the masked man after so long, the two gave up and prepared to return to the family and report the truth. Wuyong's figure fell from the sky, quickly put on his night clothes, covered himself with a scarf, and then chased in the direction of the two of them. In the past, we had no choice but to run for our lives because we were not strong enough. Now that everyone is in the early stage of nascent soul, it is still unclear who will win. An hour later, they caught up with the two in a desolate stone forest. Wu Yong's consciousness dispersed, and Ku Jingjong and Zheng Fan also discovered Wu Yong's traces in an instant. The two figures stopped immediately, turned around and flew towards Wu Yong's position. Ha 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 ha, I found you. You've been making it easy for us to find you for a month. Ku Jingjong was on the verge of going crazy at this time. After a month of sleepless searching, he finally found the masked man today. Shu Zi, I, Zheng Fan, will wipe you out in ashes today. Originally, the two planned to capture Wu Yong alive and return to his family, but after a month of constant searching, the two had lost all patience. Now the two of them just want to kill Wu Yong, even if they just bring back a body, even if the family blames them in the end, they will admit it. Zheng Fan directly sacrificed his natal red demonic sword. The strange red scimitar flew around Zheng Fan continuously. It exuded a strong evil spirit, as if it was telling that it had harvested the lives of countless monks. At this time, Ku Jingjong dodged and came behind Wu Yong. He also used the magic yellow flying sword. The bright flying sword was now emitting a buzzing sound. The two men surrounded Wu Yong, one behind the other, looking like they were bound to kill him this time due to his momentum. Wu Yong looked at the two people, summoned the spiritual sky shield and explosive armor, held the wandering dragon sword in his hand, and spoke leisurely. You two have been looking for me for so long, and today I am here. The old and new grudges will be settled today. You two go down and accompany the children of your family. Shu Zi, you are bound to die today. Last time, you had a chance to escape. You just stay here today. Zheng Fan saw that Wu Yong dared to speak nonsense, and his spiritual power was directly injected into the red demon sword. Buzz, the red demon sword burst into red light and flew out directly from Zheng Fan. Phew, the demon sword cut through the air and attacked Wu Yong directly. When Ku Jingjong saw that Zheng Fan had taken action, he also attacked with a yellow flying sword. Wu Yong used his full strength to operate the spiritual sky shield, and the spiritual power in his body was crazily injected into the Yulong sword. Bang! The attack of the red demon sword was accurately intercepted by the spirit sky shield. After the collision, the demon sword flew back. Wu Yong turned around and charged towards Ku Jingjong with the wandering dragon sword. Ding ding ding! Ku Jingjong and Wu Yong immediately fought together. Hundreds of moves passed in just a few breaths. Bang! A shock wave spread from the battle between the two, and the two distanced themselves. Before Wu Yong could stabilize his body, Zheng Fan's demon sword struck again. Ding 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 ding! The red demon sword surrounded Wu Yong and attacked non-stop. But it still failed to break through the defense of the spirit sky shield. Boom! The dragon sword swung out a dragon-shaped sword light and hit the red demon sword directly. The dragon-shaped sword light dissipated, and the red demonic sword was directly chopped away. When Ku Jingjong saw Wu Yong showing his flaw, he took the yellow flying sword and slashed Wu Yong in the back with one strike. Boom! A huge explosion came from Wu Yong, and Ku Jingjong's sword struck the explosive armor. Although this sword did not break through the explosive armor on Wu Yong's body, it still knocked Wu Yong away with one sword. The energy and blood in his body surged, and he almost spurted out blood. He took out a handful of the spiritual recovery pill and stuffed it into his mouth, and immediately swung his sword at the red demon sword that was flying towards him at a high speed. Bang, bang, bang! The red demon sword attacked 3 times in an instant. The first and second time he was stopped by the spirit sky shield, and the third time he was chopped away by Wu Yong's sword. Although all the attacks of the red demon sword were blocked by the spirit sky shield and did not cause any harm to Wu Yong, the red demon sword also distracted part of his mind from fighting Ku Jingjong. Dual purpose, facing 2 early-stage nascent souls at the same time, relying on the spiritual sky shield, wandering dragon sword, and explosive armor, Wu Yong, a monk who had just been promoted to the early-stage nascent soul stage, was on par with them. At this time, Ku Jingjong's body's spiritual power exploded, the golden flying sword glowed brightly, and a golden sword light slowly solidified behind him. Ah! Ku Jingjong shouted, holding up the yellow flying sword in both hands and striking at Wu Yong. The huge golden sword light roared towards Wu Yong. This momentum was like the collapse of Mount Everest. Upon seeing this, Wu Yong's spiritual power continued to flow into the dragon sword. The small white dragon flew out of the sword body and grew in size at an extremely fast speed. Roar! The loud roar of the dragon resounded throughout the sky. I saw a giant white dragon rushing up from Wu Yong's side, and directly hit the huge golden sword light. Boom! The world shook, and the surrounding stone forest was shattered by the spreading shock wave. The golden sword light began to crack from the impact point. Click! The cracks were instantly filled with golden sword light. Boom! The golden sword light shattered, the white dragon dissipated, turned back into a small white dragon and flew back to the dragon's sword. Poof! Ku Jingjong spit out a mouthful of blood. He took out a handful of healing elixir and vomited it, then he attacked Wu Yong again with the yellow flying sword. Boom! Just as the white dragon flew back into the dragon's sword, Jung Fan's red demon sword hit the Ling Tian shield again. Wu Yong originally wanted to kill Ku Jingjong first, but faced with the harassment of Jung Fan's red demon sword, he was unable to kill Ku Jingjong for a while. As the spiritual sky shield intercepted the red demonic sword again, Wu Yong dodged this time and came to Jung Fan's side. He swung several swords in an instant, and slashed towards Jung Fan with sword rays. The red demon knife flew back to Jung Fan's hand. At this time, Jung Fan held the knife with both hands and kept swinging it. Bang bang bang, the sword light shattered one after another. Just when Wu Yong swung a few rays of sword light, Ku Jingjong was already coming to kill him. He didn't have time to see the sword swung at Jung Fan, and he turned around and fought with Ku Jingjong again. Ding 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 ding, at this time Wu Yong seemed to be desperate for his life and wanted to exchange injuries with Ku Jingjong. Wu Yong's clothes had been cut with sword marks by the sword energy. Although the clothes were broken, no blood flowed out. All attacks are blocked by the explosive armor covering the whole body. On the other hand, Ku Jingjong's clothes were stained red with blood at this time. He did not have soft defensive armor like explosive armor. He must be the one who suffered the loss when Wu Yong and him exchanged injuries for injuries. This was when Ku Jingjong had no time to defend, and boom, he was slashed away by Wu Yong. A deep wound was made on the chest by the Yulong sword. Poof! Ku Jingjong spat out a large mouthful of blood. At this time, Wu Yong didn't give him any chance and slashed towards his neck with one sword. Ding! Just at the critical moment, the red demonic sword successfully blocked the fatal sword. Ku Jingjong took advantage of this opportunity and instantly flew out and dodged to the side. Wu Yong fought with Jung Fan before he could chase Ku Jingjong. At this time, Jung Fan was holding the sword in both hands. He knew that Wu Yong was definitely a nascent soul stage monk like them, so at this moment, he also put away his contempt and concentrated on fighting the enemy. Jung Fan raised the red demonic sword high and slashed at Wu Yong with all his strength. The huge and strange red sword light directly cut through the air and slashed out at extremely high speed. Wu Yong also held the wandering dragon sword with both hands, and the spiritual power in his body exploded wildly, and a white dragon-shaped sword light also swung out at the same time. Boom! The strange red sword light and the white dragon-shaped sword light collided together, and circles of ripples spread out from the collision place. Suddenly the mountains collapsed and the ground cracked, and the stone forest 10 miles around was turned into ashes. The red sword light and the white dragon-shaped sword light dissipated at the same time. Wu Yong held the dragon sword and attacked Jung Fan. He used phantom body skills to continuously attack Jung Fan with his sword. Ding 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 ding, Jung Fan kept waving the red demon knife to block Wu Yong's attack. It's that move again, exchanging injury for injury. Only in this way can we have the chance to give Jung Fan a fatal blow. Because he doesn't have soft defensive armor like explosive armor. Ku Jingjong was about to speak to remind Jung Fan to be careful of Wu Yong. No. Before he could finish speaking, Jung Fan was slashed away by Wu Yong's sword. At this time, the same sword wound appeared on Jung Fan's chest. Wu Yong seized the opportunity and punched directly. Breaking Heaven Fist. Boom! Punched Jung Fan. Jung Fan, who was already injured, immediately vomited blood after receiving this punch. Puff! The figure was knocked away by Wu Yong's punch and fell deeply into the stone wall of the stone forest. I don't know whether I will live or die. Before he had time to see Jung Fan, who was knocked away by a punch, Wu Yong took the dragon sword and charged towards Ku Jingjong. Roar! The white dragon appears again, roaring towards the Kujing River. Wu Yong used all his strength to slash out the most powerful sword. Ku Jingjong was also injured at this time. Regardless of the seriousness of the injury, he mobilized his whole body's spiritual power and injected it into the yellow flying sword in his hand. A golden sword light was swung out by his sword. Boom, the golden sword light hit the white dragon. Boom, the golden sword light shattered. The white dragon's body dimmed slightly, but its speed did not slow down. Bang, it hit Ku Jingjong directly. Poof, a column of blood spurted out from the mouth of the Kujing River. The body hit the ground hard. Boom, a huge deep pit was smashed into the ground. At this time, Ku Jingjong's chest was sunken, and all the bones in his body were obviously shattered. Just when Ku Jingjong hit the ground, wow, a milky white light flew out from above Ku Jingjong's head and was about to escape. Seeing this, Wu Yong formed a seal with one hand, and struck a seal directly on the milky white light. This milky white light was the nascent soul of Ku Jingjong. Just as Yuanying wanted to escape, Wu Yong used the 18 plum blossoms to seal it with lightning speed. In a flash, Wu Yong came to Ku Jingjong Yuanying and grabbed him. Boy, let me go, otherwise you won't be able to bear the Ku family's anger. I, the Ku family, can no longer pursue the past matters as long as you let go of my nascent soul. Seeing that Ku Jingjong couldn't escape, he used the power of the Ku family to shock Wu Yong, but Wu Yong didn't accept his trick. Let you go. Why didn't you think of letting me go when you were chasing me? Why didn't you think of letting me go when you were looking for my traces day and night? Bang, Wu Yong slashed at Ku Jingjong's Yuanying with one sword, and the Yuanying was wiped out with one sword. Ku Jingjong, death and destruction. There were a bunch of white jade tablets placed in the Ku family ancestral hall in Lyntian City. At this time, a white jade tablet in the second row, click, shattered. The jade plaque says Ku Jingjong. Jung Fan climbed out of the stone wall and happened to see this scene. He was shocked and ran away towards the distant sky regardless of his serious injuries. When Wu Yong saw Jung Fan who was trying to escape, he threw out the Yulong sword in his hand. The wandering dragon sword transformed into a white dragon shape and flew out at high speed towards Jung Fan who was escaping. Poof, the dragon sword shot directly through Jung Fan's heart. Jung Fan spat out a large mouthful of blood, and his body fell from the air. The nascent soul in his body abandoned its body and escaped directly. Wu Yong had long been wary of Jung Fan's Yuanying who was trying to escape. He formed a seal with his hands and hit the Yuanying who just came out with a seal, sealing it. At this time, Jung Fan Yuanying was being held by Wu Yong, and Jung Fan kept begging for mercy. Senior, have mercy on me. Ku Jingjong encouraged me to do all this. I didn't want to chase you, but it was him. He insisted on chasing you. Please let me go. I, the Jung family, will promise to give you generous gifts as an apology. Quote. As soon as Wu Yong threw the Yuanying in his hand, Jung Fan's Yuanying was thrown into the air. Just when Jung Fan was about to be happy, bang, Wu Yong directly hit a heaven-shaking seal. Bang, Jung Fan's nascent soul was struck by the heaven-shaking seal and immediately dissipated in the air. In the Jung family ancestral hall in Lyntian City, a jade plaque that also represented Jung Fan was shattered. At this time, the two family halls of Lyntian City, the Ku family and the Jung family, roared at the same time. Who is it? Pass my order. All members of the family's golden core stage and above will be dispatched to investigate for me who killed the Yuan Ying elder of my family. At this time, all the monks of the Jindan stage and above from Jungku and Jungku in Lyntian City were dispatched and flew out of Lyntian City and flew into the distance. Wu Yong, who killed two Yuanying early stage cultivators, was also deeply injured at this moment, and his spiritual power was seriously consumed. He took out a handful of healing pills and put them in his mouth. He took off Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan's storage bags without time to heal his wounds, collected the red demon knife and the yellow flying sword, and fled directly. He didn't want to heal here. Such a large battle fluctuation would definitely attract many Yuanying cultivators, so he had to escape quickly. Directly cast 1,000 miles of thought, and Wu Yong's figure fell 1,000 miles away. He took off his nightgown and the black cloth covering his face. Relying on the magic jade to hide his cultivation, Wu Yong walked on the road in a swagger. 4 Yuanying cultivators came to the stone forest where the battle took place an hour later, 2 from the Ku family and 2 from the Jung family. The 4 Yuanying cultivators looked at a tragic stone forest, and saw the bodies of Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan again. There was no sadness in their eyes, only anger. Fellow Taoist Jung, it seems that even though Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan joined forces, they were still killed by the other party. Who dared to kill our 2 Yuanying cultivators? Brother Ku is right. They can't resist even if they join forces. What happened? None of the disciples sent by my Jung family to participate in the Gamma Mountain secret realm have returned. It's the same for our Ku family. Is it because of the Gamma Mountain secret realm? The elders of the Jung family and the Ku family looked at each other. They both felt that the problem was in the Gamma Mountain secret realm. Why don't we let the 2 of them send the bodies of Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan back first, and you and I will go to the major forces together to see what happened in the Gamma Mountain secret realm at that time. That's great, then you and I will go to the major sects. There are only a handful of people who have the courage and ability to kill the Yuanying cultivators of your and my families. The elders of the Ku and Jung families joined forces to go to the major sects, and the 2 accompanying them brought back the bodies of Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan respectively. When Wu Yang was walking on the road, he could find the Jindan cultivators from the Ku and Jung families flying over his head from time to time. Anyway, he had the magic jade to hide his cultivation. Except for cultivators above the Shenhua stage, cultivators below the Yuanying stage could not find his cultivation at all. Who would interrogate a little Kalami in the Qi refining stage? If every Qi refining stage was caught and questioned, it would take a long time to find a clue. In this way, Wu Yang returned to Lintian City a month later with the help of the magic jade. Lu Mei and Wanbao building saw Wu Yang and looked incredible. Little brother is back, come upstairs and invite him. I haven't seen little brother for 2 months and he looks better. In this way, the 2 came to the private room upstairs. Wu Yang sat opposite Lu Mei and took a sip of the teacup. Sister Lu, I'm here to collect my share of the past 2 months. I wonder how much profit I've made in the past 2 months. Hee, don't be so anxious. I thought you wouldn't be able to come back. Why, you asked for money as soon as you came back. Humph, you stinky man. I miss you every day, but you only have spiritual stones in your eyes. Sister Lu, stop joking. If you do that again, I'll take it seriously. Okay, I'm afraid you have the heart but not the courage. Hee. Lu Mei turned around and sat on Wu Yang's lap. Now Wu Yang is already in the early stage of the nascent soul. Of course, he is no longer afraid of the woman who teases him. His hand was directly around Lu Mei's waist, and then he grabbed her butt hard. Lu Mei didn't expect Wu Yang to really dare to do that. She immediately stood up and walked away with a smile. Hee, I didn't expect that you've become bolder after not seeing you for 2 months. I told you that you were teasing me, and I took it seriously. Am I still shy now? Hee, I won't tease you anymore. This is the share of the past 2 months, a total of 1 million low-grade spirit stones. Wu Yang took the storage bag and put it in his arms. If I don't come to get the share in the future, please trouble Sister Lu to send someone to deliver it to Shaoyun Peak of Xian Sect to give it to my junior sister. Oh, where are you going, little brother? I can't bear to see you go. Last month, an elder of the early nascent soul stage died in the Ku and Jung families. I wonder if you know about this. Now the 2 families are looking for the murderer all over the world. I don't know what the Ku and Jung families are. Besides, I'm just a Qi refining stage, right? Sister Lu. Hee, yes, you're just a Qi refining stage, how can you know about the high-level cultivators? The 2 knew it well. Wu Yang took the storage bag and got up and walked out of Wanbao Tower, leaving Lu Mei alone. Hee, what an interesting little brother. It seems that the deaths of Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan are closely related to him. But what treasure does he have? He can hide his cultivation. Even I can't see his true realm. If I didn't know that he had survived the 39th Thunder Tribulation, I really thought he was just a young cultivator in the Qi refining period. Hee, no matter what secrets you hide, you can't escape if you are favored by my sister. Stinky man, my sister has never been touched on the butt by other men since she was a child. Lu Mei murmured to herself. Although she knew that Wu Yang had a secret, she didn't dare to investigate. After all, she didn't want to offend a high-level cultivator who was good at hiding. Besides, this is still the early stage of nascent soul who is under 50 years old, so the best way is not to interfere with anything other than making good friends. Wu Yong walked out of Wan Tower and returned directly to the cave. He shot 5 small flags, set up defensive restrictions, took out a few union pills and healing pills, and started healing. A month passed quickly, and by this time all the hidden injuries had been recovered. Wu Yong took out Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan's storage bags and erased the consciousness on them. As soon as I thought about it, everything in the storage bag flew out. I saw a bunch of healing elixirs and elixirs for restoring spiritual power slowly flying out, as well as various low-level magic weapons. A quarter of an hour later, all the contents of the 2 storage bags flew out. There were hundreds of bottles of elixirs, dozens of low-level magic weapons, and 500,000 low-level spiritual stones. And a red demon knife and a yellow flying sword. I didn't expect these 2 old dogs to be so rich. They can make money quickly from robbery. This magic weapon can't be sold yet, so let's wait until the news passes and sell it. Wu Yong happily put away the elixirs and magic weapons, put the spirit stones in his own storage bag, and called the system directly. System, call the system, I want to recharge. Ding. It is detected that the host needs to recharge, please enter the recharge amount. Charge 1.5 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 1.5 million low-grade spiritual stones and successfully redeeming 15,000 points. Improve my realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the peak of the early stage of nascent soul. 10,000 points will be deducted, and 5,000 points will remain. That's right, that's right. Try to improve to a higher level in 3 or 4 months, and in 1 or 2 years you can reach the great consummation of the late nascent soul. It's time to go back to the sect and live in peace. If you are found out for causing such a big thing, you may not be able to save your life. Quote. Taking back the 5 elements formation flag, removing the defensive restrictions, Wu Yong walked out of the cave, returned the cave token, and left Lyntian City directly. As for the split of the Tianxian mask, Wan Baolo will send someone to Inter-sect to give it to Jong Min, so Wu Yong didn't go to get it. He was going to go back to the sect and ask Jong Min to get it. During this period, the Coup family and the Jung family almost turned the entire Jinxian kingdom upside down. When the elders of the 2 families found out that it was a masked man in black who had a grudge against Ku Jingjong and Jung Fan in the secret realm of Mount Gamma, the 2 families directly vented their anger on the hostile forces. Because they didn't know who the masked man in black was, the Ku and Jung families frequently attacked the hostile forces during this period. I don't know whether he was venting his anger or taking advantage of this opportunity to attack the hostile forces. The entire cultivation world of Jinxian country was suddenly thrown into darkness. At this time, the culprit and suspect of this incident were humming a tune leisurely and walking on the road. Whenever he sees a monk fighting, he will stay away. For fear of splattering himself with blood, Wu Yong would not show his face at this time. After all, he was only at the 5th level of chi refining. Since he was a young monk, he had to appear to be afraid of death. Hey, the monk in front of you, stop and get checked. At this time, a team of 10 people flew up from behind. Wu Yong looked back and saw that the people coming were wearing the clothes of the Coup family and the Jung family. They were the children of the Coup family and the Jung family. Boy, who are you and why are you walking alone in this deserted place? Are you a spy sent by the hostile forces of our 2 families? My lords, you are wrong. I am a good citizen. Look, this is my sect disciple's token. This is my master's token. I am a disciple of Inter-sect Shaoyunfang. Definitely not the spy you call me. What I hate most in my life is the spy. Quote. The leader of the Jung family took a look at the 2 tokens Wu Yong took out. It turns out that he is a fellow Taoist from the Inter-sect. We are also acting under orders. Since we have found out that this fellow Taoist is not a spy, we will not disturb you anymore and say goodbye. Originally, this group of people wanted to rob. They robbed countless casual cultivators all the way. They knew that Wu Yong was a disciple of Inter-sect. These 10 people also gave up the idea of robbing Wu Yong. After all, they did not dare to offend these large sects. They only picked some weak forces or some casual cultivators to rob. Seeing a group of people flying away, Wu Yong suddenly had an idea in his mind. They must have wanted to rob me, and they gave up decisively when they found out that I was a disciple of the Inter-sect. It seems that they have done this kind of thing a lot along the way. This method is good, haha, you rob others, I will rob you, ha ha ha. Quote. As soon as he said it, Wu Yong put on a green robe and wrapped himself tightly. He didn't dare to put on a black robe, otherwise he would have to attract the nascent soul monks. At this time, Wu Yong was wearing a green robe, holding a mace, revealing that he was in the early stage of the golden elixir, and flashed away towards the group of people just now. The highest level of cultivation of that group of people was in the late stage of foundation building. Within a few breaths, they were overtaken by Wu Yong. Stop for me, you are robbing. Bah, bah, bah. Check. He stopped 10 people directly, and the initial pressure of the golden elixir on his body dissipated. The 10 family members of the Coup and Jung families were suddenly shocked. Senior, we are the children of the Coup family and the Jung family. Did you make a mistake, Senior? Boom. Wu Yong punched the young man from the Coup family who was speaking directly in the eye. I said check, what nonsense, hand over all the spirit stones, otherwise they will all die. When these 10 people saw Wu Yong, they didn't even listen to the explanation and could only obediently take out all the spirit stones. After all, if the spirit stone is gone, you can still grab it, but if your life is gone, you are really gone. Well, I have confiscated all your illegal gains, you can get out. Yes, yes, thank you, Senior, for showing mercy. Get out of here quickly. Wu Yong raised his mace and threatened everyone, and a group of people ran away as if running for their lives. Seeing everyone running away, Wu Yong took off his green robe and looked at the storage bag in his hand containing hundreds of thousands of spiritual stones. Hey, it's better to make money faster through robbery. I will confiscate the ill-gotten gains from you guys. In this way, Wu Yong walked all the way towards the Lyan sect. Whenever he encountered the children of the Coup and Jung families who wanted to rob them, he would pretend to be weak and take out the Lyan sect's identity token. When they left, he put on his green robe and went up to rob them. Check and hand over your illegal gains, otherwise you will die. Encountering another wave of children from the Coup and Jung families, Wu Yong raised the mace high. He also robbed tens of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. In the past month, some people have been robbed twice. This month, the low-level children of the Coup and Jung families have been filled with fear. Some even dare not come out to perform tasks. They have been frightened by this green-robed monster, who will beat you if you disagree with him. Who can bear this? 1 month passed and Wu Yong robbed more than 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Seeing that he encountered fewer and fewer children from the two families, he immediately stopped committing crimes. System, call, I'm here to recharge with illegal gains. Ding. It is detected that the host needs to recharge, please enter the recharge amount. 50 million, charge 500,000. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 500,000 low-grade spiritual stones and redeeming 5,000 points. 10,000 points remaining. Improve my realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the middle stage of nascent soul, consuming 10,000 points. 0 points remaining. It's 0 again. This is useless. It seems that we will rob high-level monks in the future. These little karamis are too poor. Another half-month later, Wu Yong returned to the Lyan sect's mountain gate. Come back, this salted fish of mine is finally back. Stop, who dares to break into my Lyan sect's mountain gate? The sect disciples guarding the mountain gate stopped Wu Yong. Oh, I've only been out for less than a year and you don't recognize me now. Here, this is my identity token, this is my master's token. Wu Yong threw 2 tokens, and the gatekeeper disciple caught them and said respectfully, it turns out to be Xiao Yunfeng's senior brother, please come in quickly. Senior brother, please. The gatekeeper disciple immediately opened the barrier, and Wu Yong walked directly in. HMPH, why are you so arrogant? Isn't he just Xiao Yunfeng's useless senior brother? What's so cool about him? Stop talking, don't let others hear it. Although he is a loser, he is also Yifeng's senior brother, so I don't want the saint to hear it and come to beat you. Have you forgotten those scoundrels at Huiyan Peak a few months ago? I heard that they were the ones who called Wu Yong a loser, so the saint went to Huiyan Peak and beat them up. Quote. In front of Xiao Yunfeng Hall. Beautiful master, junior sister, I'm back. Have you missed me? Wu Yong burst into tears and rushed into the hall. Seeing no one there, he walked towards the backyard again. Beautiful master, lovely junior sister, where have you been? Elder brother. You are back. When Jong Min saw Wu Yang, she immediately rushed towards him and hugged him. Hey, come down first. It's easy for me to make mistakes like you, senior brother. Jong Min let go after hearing what Wu Yang said. Eldest brother, where have you been? You've been gone for 8 months and I've run out of facial masks. Senior brother will make you something better, the kind that no one else has. Hey, junior sister, has anyone given you spiritual stones in the past few months? Yeah, people from Wanlong Commercial Bank and Wan Tower give me spiritual stones every month, saying that you asked me to give them. That's right, you have put it all away so that no one can find it, right? No, I put it all in the room and no one noticed it. Okay, I'll go to your room to get it later. Oh, stop talking, the beautiful master is here. Hi, beautiful master, I haven't seen you for a long time and I miss you so much. While Wu Yang and Jong Min were whispering, Mu Wanqing walked out of the room. What are you two talking about? You guys have been gone for more than half a year. I thought you died outside, but now you are willing to come back. What did the beautiful master say? I'm missing home. I've stayed here a little longer. Don't think that I don't know where the spiritual stones in Jong Min's room came from. You have become more capable now. If you are not active in cultivation, you are good at making money. Ah, beautiful master, you also notice this. At the end of every month, someone will give Jong Min spiritual stones. I didn't expect your business to be quite big. How much did you earn? Confiscated. No, master, aren't you trying to kill me? This spiritual stone is my life. If he wants the spirit stone, it would be better to kill Wu Yang directly. This spirit stone is the key to whether he can become the best in the world. Look at how useless you are. You've run out of facial masks in 8 months. You're not allowed to go anywhere these days. Make me a facial mask. If you don't do it well, your spirit stones will be confiscated. It's a beautiful master. I will definitely make a room full of heavenly facial masks for you in the next few days. The new formula is a deep hydrating one. As soon as he saw Mu Wanqing not confiscating his spirit stone, Wu Yang immediately transformed into a machine for making fairy masks. After making 200,000 facial masks in 3 days, all of them were given to Mu Wanqing. Only then did Mu Wanqing let Wu Yang go with 3 storage bags full of fairy facial masks. Come on, junior sister, this is yours, 30,000 facial masks, you don't have to worry about it for decades. Also, this is how to make the fairy mask. Senior brother will also give it to you. If senior brother is not here in the future, you can make it yourself. Quote. Jong Min took the storage bag and a sheet of facial mask formula, as happy as a child. Eldest brother, you are so kind, I love you so much. After saying that, he immediately kissed Wu Yang. He blushed and ran back to the room. Wu Yang was stunned immediately. When did this girl become so bold and dare to hit the muzzle of a gun? Then he walked to Jong Min's room. Junior sister, where is my spiritual stone? Bring it here quickly. Here, senior brother, there are a total of 1.1 million low-grade spiritual stones. After Wu Yang took the storage bag, he took out 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones and put them in another storage bag. Here you go, use these 100,000 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones. This is what the senior brother rewards you for. Thank you, senior brother. Okay, I'm going back to my room first. After saying that, Wu Yang walked back to his room and lay down on the bed. It's still comfortable to be a salted fish. I'm either being hunted or killing people every day. Is this a human life? Wouldn't it be nice to find 10 or 8 beautiful women to accompany you? System, call the system to recharge. Ding, it is detected that the host needs to recharge, please enter the recharge amount. Charge 1 million. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 1 million low-grade spiritual stones and successfully redeeming 10,000 points. Improve my realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul. 10,000 points will be deducted, and the current points are 0. 0 again. Alas, the spirit stone is useless. It has been a month since he returned to Inter-sect. Wu Yang only sleeps every day and does not practice any day. I go back to my room to sleep at night, and during the day I go to the yard to sleep on the hanging net and bask in the sun. Mu Wanqing looked at this eldest disciple sleeping every day, and immediately shook her head. I really hate that iron cannot become steel. I know sleepy day by day. What state are you in now? Come over here and I will test it myself today. Mu Wanqing couldn't stand it anymore, so she walked over, picked up Wuyong and walked towards the back mountain. Oh, beautiful master, what are you doing? I'm only in the chi refining period. Don't do it. Suddenly, tragic screams came from the mountain behind Shaoyun Peak. Ah, oops, no, beautiful master. For the next week, Mu Wanqing took Wuyong to the back mountain every day, saying that she was guiding him in training just to beat him up. This big disciple doesn't know how to cultivate and only knows how to sleep day by day. I must teach him a lesson. In the early morning of this day, Wuyong was dragged away by Mu Wanqing again. Jong Min was already used to this operation. In the past few days, Wuyong was either being beaten or on the way to be beaten. Beautiful master, it's already the 8th day, please let me go. HMPH, let you go. If you don't break through the foundation building stage, I won't let you go. If you keep doing this, I'm going to fight back. After being beaten every day, Wuyong also had a temper. Hey, after being beaten for a few days, my cultivation level has not improved, but my temper has increased a lot. You fight back, if you can avoid my attack, you can do whatever you want. As soon as he heard what Mu Wanqing said, Wuyong suddenly became jealous. An evil idea came into my mind. This is what you said, beautiful master. You can't go back on your word. I can do anything. Your master, I'll spit on you and hit you with nails. If you can't escape, be prepared to have my legs broken. After Mu Wanqing said that, she directly condensed her spiritual power into a long whip, and whipped the spiritual whip towards Wuyong. These days, Wuyong was grinning as he was whipped by this spiritual whip. He couldn't resist it with his spiritual power, for fear that Mu Wanqing would discover his cultivation. But today Wuyong didn't want to endure it anymore. He dodged and hit the ground with his long whip. Oh, you managed to escape after being beaten for a few days. I'll see how you escape next. Bang bang bang, Mu Wanqing was whipped a few more times, but as expected, Wuyong dodged them one by one. When Mu Wanqing saw that the spiritual whip could no longer hit him, she immediately withdrew her spiritual power, raised her hand into a palm and attacked him. Beautiful master, are you serious? That can still be fake. It seems that you are not just in the chi refining period. Let's see how long you can hide it. Mu Wanqing couldn't hit Wuyong with so many whips. Only then did she realize that this boy must have hidden his strength. No wonder Gao Dada said he could avoid his attack just now. Facing Mu Wanqing's attack, Wuyong dodged sideways. Bang! The attack landed on a huge stone. There was an explosion and the stone shattered. Wuyong grabbed Mu Wanqing's hand with one big hand, and the peak spiritual power of the mid-stage nascent soul in his body directly suppressed Mu Wanqing, the early stage of the nascent soul. Mu Wanqing suddenly felt that the spiritual power in her body was imprisoned, and she was shocked for a moment. Wuyong pulled hard, and Mu Wanqing immediately fell into Wuyong's arms. Lying on his lap with his face down, Wuyong looked at the plump butt and slapped it down. Ah, you dare to spank me as a teacher, you are so brave, let me go. Snap, snap, what am I afraid of? You are screaming and I want you to hit me every day. Bang. This is what you said. As long as I dodge your attack, I can do whatever I want. Now I want to spank you. Bang bang bang. As Wuyong said this, he slapped Mu Wanqing's plump butt vigorously. Mu Wanqing had never been beaten like this before. She was immediately ashamed and angry, and at the same time she was shocked. She was a genuine nascent soul in the early stage. His spiritual power was suppressed so easily by his eldest disciple. At this moment, Mu Wanqing had a lot of questions in her mind. Boy, let me go first, that's it. It's almost done. Hearing that Mu Wanqing was really angry, Wuyong stopped and let go of Mu Wanqing. The two of them just sat on the grass. Wuyong didn't know how to explain, and Mu Wanqing didn't know how to ask questions. Senior, tell me, has my eldest disciple been taken away by you? Why did you come to our Xian sect? Although your cultivation level is higher than mine, you will never leave our Xian sect unless you explain clearly. Senior, beautiful master, I am really Wu Yang, your eldest disciple. I was not snatched away. Are you really Wu Yang? What about your cultivation? How did you go from the qi refining stage to the nascent soul stage in just 1 year? Now, Wu Yang doesn't know how to explain it. Yes, how should he explain it? Wu Yang kept running his brain. Beautiful master, look, in order to make Mu Wanqing dispel her worries, she could only use the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root to fool her. I saw 5 rays of light of different colors rising into the sky. Mu Wanqing looked at the spiritual roots with 5 rays of light and immediately covered her mouth. This was the 5 elements heavenly spiritual roots, a super genius who could only be seen once in a million years. Now you know why I improved so quickly. I am not a 5 elements miscellaneous spiritual root, but a 5 elements heavenly spiritual root. Mu Wanqing was shocked for a moment. It turned out that this eldest disciple was the legendary 5 elements heavenly spiritual root. It seemed that he deliberately concealed his cultivation. Honestly, when did you break through the nascent soul stage? And how did you practice? When I broke through the early stage of nascent soul 2 months ago, and when I came back to the middle stage of breakthrough, I used the spirit stones I earned to practice. I absorbed the spirit stones very quickly. That's why it took just 1 year to break through to the middle stage of nascent soul. But beautiful master, can you keep it a secret for me? Quote. Why keep it a secret? If you have such a high level of cultivation, you must contribute to the sect. After hearing what Mu Wanqing said, Wu Yang wanted to die, and he immediately spoke aggrievedly. Beautiful master, please let me go, I just want to be a salted fish and live a stable life. But I promise you, if the sect encounters a strong enemy, I will definitely stand up for you. Quote. It's up to you, huh, no wonder you sleep every day, you turn out to be a monster. Beautiful master, you must not reveal my cultivation, otherwise I will spank you every day. You dare to threaten me. You bully your master and destroy your ancestors. I'm so angry. Beautiful master, believe it or not, I'm still spanking you. Humph, my cultivation level is higher than yours now. When Mu Wanqing heard this, she ran away with a whoosh and was spanked by her eldest disciple. How embarrassing it would be if word of this spread. Mu Wanqing's face was red at this moment, and she had a different feeling in her heart after being spanked by her eldest disciple. Oh, what am I thinking? Mu Wanqing quickly shook her head and flew towards the sect hall. Wu Yang stood up, patted his butt, whistled and went back to Xiao Yunfang's yard. When he came to the hanging net, he lay down. Hey, it's still comfortable to lie down like this. So comfortable. Hey, senior brother, why are you back so quickly today? Master, are you merciful? Jong Min saw Wu Yang lying under the tree and immediately walked towards him. HMPH, senior brother, I won't be beaten anymore, I'm so tough. Let me tell you secretly, even the beautiful master can't beat me, hehehehe. Real or fake senior brother? What's true? You girl don't believe me. You should be beaten. Oh, I didn't tell you, senior brother. I'm going to the sect's main hall. In a few days, the Shangqing sect will send disciples over for exchanges. The leader asked me to go and arrange some things. When Jong Min saw Wu Yang raising his palm, he immediately ran out towards the door. The disciples of the Shangqing sect want to come over to communicate. That guy Nangong Ling. No, I have to protect my junior sister, and I can't let this kid take advantage. And that guy Lu Tianya, I must find an opportunity to teach him a lesson this time. Quote. After saying that, he chased after Jong Min. At this time, a large number of disciples from all peaks gathered in the huge sect square. Wu Yang was like a salted fish, walking around here and there. He and Jong Min were the only disciples of Xiao Yunfang, so the sect did not arrange a place for Xiao Yunfang. Hey, isn't this the good-for-nothing senior brother? He has been hiding for more than half a year and finally dares to show up today. Ha ha ha, this good-for-nothing is still in the qi refining stage. Trash, you caused us to have our clothes stripped off last time. You can't run away today, ha ha ha. Just when passing by Huiyunfang, Lu Yangfang and Zhou Zheng saw Wu Yang and came over to stop him and taunted him. You two go on your way, I'm too lazy to talk to you. At this time, Wu Yang is already at the peak of the mid-stage nascent soul, and he will definitely not take these two little karamis seriously. He is just here to watch Jong Min so that she will not be bullied. Oh, you good-for-nothing loser is tough now. If you have the guts to come into the ring with me, I will destroy you. Lu Yangfang was very angry when he saw that Wu Yong didn't take them seriously. Jong Min in the distance saw these two scoundrels blocking his senior brother, and immediately rushed over at a speed of 200 miles. Bang, one punch hit Lu Yangfang in the eye, bang, another punch hit Zhou Zheng in the eye. I told you, don't mess with my senior brother. You don't remember spankings, do you? Seeing Jong Min's tough look, Wu Yong clapped with his big hands. Okay, well done junior sister, these two people dare to bully me, beat them to death. You loser, if you have the ability to fight in the ring, what kind of man is he hiding behind a woman, you loser? That's right, let's go to a one-on-one challenge. You're just a loser who only knows how to hide behind women. Lu Yangfang and Zhou Zheng, who were lying on the ground, suddenly felt dissatisfied when they saw the arrogant Wu Yong hiding behind Jong Min. A duel? Why should I duel with you? Do you see, this is my bodyguard. I don't need to do anything, my junior sister can beat you all over the place. Pointing at Jong Min, Wu Yong said with an arrogant look. Who is making noise again? The disciples of Shangqing sect are coming soon. Do you want other sects to see the joke? Xiao Zhan, the leader of Huiyan Peak, fell from the sky with a serious look on his face. Lu Yangfang and Zhou Zheng became hardened when they saw their master coming. Master, this is a waste. If he can't defeat us, let the saint take action. Master, my eyes were blackened. Get out of here, you two. You can't beat a woman, and you're still crying here. Get back and face the wall. Xiao Zhan looked at Lu Yangfang and Zhou Zheng and cursed angrily. As soon as the two of them heard what their master said, they immediately turned back to Huiyan Peak and faced the wall to think about it. At this time, Xiao Zhan looked at Wu Yong behind Jong Min. And you are still at the 5th level of chi refining even after a year. Look at your junior sister, you are already at the peak of the middle stage of foundation building. You, senior brother, no wonder people call you a waste. What others said is right, you are indeed a waste. If you were in my fire cloud peak, I would have kicked you out a long time ago. Snort, quote. Watching Xiao Zhan scolding himself, Wu Yong secretly swore in his heart, old dog Xiao, just wait for me. When Yifei Fengao goes out alone, you will have teeth all over the floor if I don't slap you. Although I thought so in my heart, I still said respectfully, yes, what Master Xiao said is that I am a waste, let everyone say what they want. HMPH, rotten wood cannot be carved. After Xiao Zhan finished speaking, he flew away, and everyone onlookers started talking about it. Hey, does this good-for-nothing senior brother really take a year to refine his chi to the 5th level? Ha ha ha, our dogs at Huiyan Peak have already refined their chi to the 6th level. Isn't it true? You know how to hide behind women all day long. What a waste. Jong Min saw that everyone was verbally attacking his senior brother, and he immediately responded. Do you want to leave? If you don't, I will beat you with bruises on your nose and face. After hearing Jong Min's words, everyone onlookers immediately dispersed, joking that she was a saint. If the saint hits you and you dare to fight back, you may have your legs broken by the major peak masters, or you may have your cultivation level revoked and be expelled from the sect. Jong Min can be said to be walking sideways in Xian sect and no one dares to stop him, but Wu Yong is as willing as a dog to bully him. But he has free thugs who is he afraid of? Regardless of whether he is justified or not, if you dare to mess with me, I will ask my junior sister to beat you. There is no way, there is a strong connection behind the scenes. So arrogant. Elder brother, let's go. Xiao Yunfang's location is over there. Didn't the sect arrange a position for Xiao Yunfang? I just mentioned this to Master Bo, we both have separate places. Jong Min took Wu Yong to a place prepared by the sect for Xiao Yunfang, and the two of them sat there and ate the spiritual fruit. The male disciples from other peaks looked at Wu Yong who was chatting and laughing with Jong Min, and felt very angry. She was their goddess. This loser actually sat next to the goddess alone and fed her grapes. Look at that loser's arrogance. He even feeds the saint grapes. These grapes must be sour. You are jealous. Even if he is a loser, why would he become a disciple? Jealousy is useless. You must teach him a lesson some other time. One by one, the male disciples made taunts, and Lu Tianya looked at the two of them, clenching his fists so hard that his fingernails were dug into his flesh. This trash, I must let you die, let you die. At this time, an immortal boat flew from the horizon, and the deacon elder of Shangqing sect spoke on the immortal boat. Lu Tianan, the head of the Shangqing sect, led his disciples to the Xian sect for exchanges. Ha 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 ha, welcome, welcome, fellow Taoist Lu. Mu Yang, the head of Xian sect, suddenly laughed and said. At this time, a figure flew out of the Shangqing sect's ferry boat and came to the high platform where the leader Mu Yang was. Then another figure flew out from the ferry boat and landed on the square. Chapter 31. How is fellow Taoist Mu these days? Oh, Senior Tianjizi is here too. I, the junior Lu Tianan, am here to greet you. Ha ha ha, it's okay, don't mind me, an old man, I'm just here to watch the fun, my mission is to be the protector of the ancient immortal body. Tianjizi smiled slightly, walked towards Lu Nanshan who was saluting for him and helped him up. How is Senior Tianjizi's ancient immortal body these days? Well, very good, in just 1 year she will soon be in the late stage of foundation building, the young are formidable ha ha ha. You can chat with Master Mu, I, an old man, won't bother you. Tianjizi laughed, then walked to his seat and sat down. Mu Yang also asked Lu Nanshan to sit down, and the two began to talk. Nangong Ling saw Jong Min on the square and immediately walked towards Xiao Yunfeng's position. Junior sister Jong, how are you? I haven't seen you for 2 months. How are you these days? Hello, senior brother Nangong. Junior sister is doing well recently. Senior brother Nangong, why don't you go back to Shangqing sect first? The exchange competition is about to begin. Nangong Ling saw Jong Min issued an order to expel him, and immediately looked at Wu Yang. Hey, isn't this the senior brother of Xiaoyun Peak? Where have you been after not seeing him for several months? Have you been practicing in seclusion? Can you come on stage to spar with him later? I will show mercy and will never hurt senior brother Wu Yang's life, but since it is a sparring, it is normal to break hands and feet. Ha ha ha. Looking at Nangong Ling mocking him, Wu Yang scratched his ears. Are you sick? Why are you barking like a dog here? If you want to fight, go back and fight your mother. I'm not interested in fighting with you. You, if you have the guts, come on stage later, don't just hide behind women all day long. If you have the guts, come on stage and compete with me like a man. Jong Min was furious when she saw Nangong Ling forcing Wu Yang like this. If senior brother Nangong wants to compete, Jong Min will come on stage to accompany you later. Now please go back. Of course I won't fight with junior sister Jong. But you, a waste, listen. I will challenge you on stage later. If you have the guts, come up. I will suppress you to the same level as you. Humph. Goodbye. Nangong Ling left angrily. He originally wanted to get close to Jong Min, but he didn't expect to meet this useless senior brother. Don't pay attention to him, we just sit and watch. It's okay, junior sister, it's just that senior brother doesn't want to fight. If we really fight, Nangong Ling will definitely be beaten to a pulp by your senior brother. Well, I believe in senior brother, hee. Just as Jong Min was comforting Wu Yang, a deacon elder from Xian sect flew onto the stage. The exchange and competition between disciples of Xian sect and Shangqing sect has officially begun. Disciples of both sects can challenge each other at will. If a person with a higher realm challenges a disciple with a lower realm than himself, the person with a higher realm needs to suppress him to fight with the same realm. After the deacon elder finished speaking, he flew away. At this time, a disciple of Shangqing sect in the late stage of foundation building flew onto the stage. He Chaofan, an inner disciple of Shangqing sect, is at the late stage of foundation building. He now challenges all the brothers and sisters of the same level in Xian sect. Please give me your guidance. I'll do it. I'm Lu Haibo, a disciple of Huiyan Peak of Xian sect, at the late stage of foundation building. I'm here to challenge you. As the two disciples began to compete, the competition between the disciples of Xian sect and Shangqing sect officially kicked off. Bang! With a bang on the stage, He Chaofan of Shangqing sect was knocked off the stage by Lu Haibo of Huiyan Peak. Junior brother He, thank you. Lu Haibo clasped his hands in front of He Chaofan who fell off the stage. I'll fight you. Another disciple of Shangqing sect flew up. Without much nonsense, the two people on the stage fought again, with magic weapons flying across the stage and sword energy everywhere. After a few hours, Shangqing sect and Xian sect each won and lost. Bang! As a disciple fell off the stage, Xian sect won another game. At this time, Nangong Ling's figure landed lightly on the stage and bowed gently in the direction of Xian sect. I am Nangong Ling, the senior brother of Shangqing sect, and I want to challenge Wu Yang, the senior brother of Shaoyun Peak, to fight at the same level. Wow! The disciples of Shangqing sect and Xian sect suddenly became agitated. The male disciples started to make a noise. Ha ha ha, this loser must be scared to death. Isn't it? Senior brother Nangong of Shangqing sect challenged him personally. This loser definitely wouldn't dare to go on stage, ha ha ha. Among them, a group of female disciples cursed angrily. These were all loyal users of Tianxian mask. Despicable, this Nangong Ling is really too despicable. He actually challenged junior brother Wu Yang. The gap in realm is so big. Even if he suppresses them to the same realm, there is still a big gap in experience. That's right, despicable and shameless. He only dares to attack the weak. If he has the guts, challenge senior brother Lu Tianya. Nangong Ling on the stage looked at the bustling crowd around him, and then looked at Wu Yang who was sitting motionless. Why, the useless senior brother of Shaoyun Peak of Xian sect doesn't dare to step up to the stage to fight. You are just a useless person who can only hide behind women. Jong Min stood up and rushed forward when she heard this, but Wu Yang immediately held her back. Sit down, a saint should act like a saint, you are always so impulsive. Elder brother, but, okay, isn't it just a clown? I told you, even the master can't beat me. You still don't believe it, do you? After pulling Jong Min to sit down, Wu Yang stood up. Wow, when the crowd saw Wu Yang standing up, they immediately started talking. Nangong Ling, don't you want to compete with me? What's the point of playing like this? I don't have any spiritual stones. I just earned 1 or 2 million spiritual stones from the fairy mask. In this way, I will make a handicap and bet on who will win between you and me. The odds are 1 to 1, how about that? Quote. Wow, at this time, the crowd was even more shocked. Isn't this a naked gift of money to them? Ha ha ha, this loser is really stupid and has a lot of money. He actually set the odds at 1 to 1. Ha ha ha, even if I borrow the spirit stone, I want to buy senior brother Nangong to win. Hey, trash, what you said is true. Are you serious about making a handicap on who will win between you and senior brother Nangong? The odds are 1 to 1. Wu Yang looked at the booing crowd and said, yes, you just think I am stupid and have too much money. If you don't agree with me opening the handicap, then I won't compete. What's the point of just playing? You must have some luck. Ha ha ha, you loser actually dares to open the handicap. I will be the first to place a bet. I bet 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones on senior brother Nangong to win. At this time, crowds of people rushed over to Xiao Yunfeng's position, ready to place bets. Come, don't rush, register one by one. The next 20,000 spiritual stones are for Nangong Lingsheng, Zhao Lui is for 10,000 spiritual stones, and Nangong Lingsheng is the winner. Luyang is 20,000 spiritual stones for Nangong Lingsheng. Half an hour later, Wu Yang received 600,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Everyone bet on Nangong Ling to win, but no one bet on him. Nangong Ling, do you want to place some bets on yourself? Are you afraid of me? Nangong Ling, who was on the stage, looked at Wu Yang who dared to say harsh words to him at this time, and flew down. 100,000 low-grade spiritual stones, bet on me to win. Wow, senior brother Nangong, senior brother Nangong, senior brother Nangong. The crowd cheered, and everyone was cheering for Nangong Ling. Because in the hearts of all of them, there is no doubt that Nangong Ling will win this duel. 700,000 spirit stones, ha ha ha, junior sister, keep it away, senior brother, go beat someone up and be back soon. Nangong Ling dodged and returned to the ring, while Wu Yang slowly walked away whistling. Hurry up, you loser, you can't even fly and you dare to challenge me, ha ha ha. Get your spirit stones ready. That's right, hurry up and get up there, maybe you're scared. Ignoring the taunts around him, Wu Yang walked slowly to the ring, and it took him a long time to climb up. Ha 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 ha, this loser can't even get into the ring. Isn't that right? Ha ha ha, even a dog can jump on it but he can't. Climbing onto the ring and patting his clothes, Nangong Ling looked at Wu Yong who was patting his clothes. Big brother waste, don't say I bully you. My realm has now been suppressed to the 5th level of the chi refining stage. Are you ready to cut off which hand? You are talking so much nonsense. For the sake of 700,000 low-grade spiritual stones, I will end the battle quickly, because you are too weak. Trash, if you dare to insult me, you will risk your life. Nangong Ling was furious and rushed forward with fists clenched, because this kind of ant was not worthy of letting him use magic weapons. Nangong Ling's fist punched through the air, roaring towards Wu Yong. Bang! I saw Nangong Ling flying back. Wu Yong clenched a fist with one hand and raised it in the air. No one saw clearly how Wu Yong punched. The moment Nangong Ling approached, he was knocked away. Phew! Wu Yong directly used the phantom body technique and arrived at Nangong Ling's side in an instant. Bang! Kicked him in the stomach, and Nangong Ling fell down. Wu Yong was riding on top of him, swinging his fist crazily and hitting him in the face. Bang 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 bang. I'll let you cry like a waste, I'll let you be a senior brother. Aren't you awesome? I'll turn you into a panda. Aren't you very confident? I keep calling you day after day, but I don't want to pay attention to you. You insist on hitting the muzzle of the gun. I'll make you awesome, I'll make you senior brother, I'll beat you to death. Quote. Wu Yong hit Nangong Ling's face with his fist and cursed loudly. At this time, the mouths of the disciples on the square were so wide they could put down a cow. How could they believe that a good-for-nothing senior brother could beat senior brother Nangong to the point where he was unable to fight back? This is not the answer they want. Shouldn't this waste have his hands and feet broken? Ah, Nangong Ling yelled. He didn't care about the same realm or different realms. The initial cultivation level of the golden elixir in his body exploded directly. He was actually beaten by this loser, and his appearance was also disfigured. He wanted to kill Wu Yong. At this time, he was already crazy and prepared to use the early stage cultivation of Jindan to directly kill Wu Yong. Seeing Nangong Ling going crazy, Wu Yong retreated. Nangong Ling, what are you doing? Didn't you agree to fight with the same realm? Do you want to kill me? I don't care who you are in the same realm. I'm going to kill you today. How dare you, a loser, hit me? Ah, suffer death. Wu Yong stood quietly opposite Nangong Ling, his spiritual power in his body was ready. If Nangong Ling really used the early stage of Jindan cultivation to attack, and if no one stopped him, he would directly kill Nangong Ling. Ah, Nangong Ling's spiritual energy crazily poured into the fan in his hand. Oops, the fan turned directly into a black sword. Nangong Ling took the black sword and attacked Wu Yong at high speed. I saw strong spiritual power fluctuations exuding from the black sword. This sword can definitely kill hundreds of monks in the chi refining stage. Nangong Ling, who was already crazy at this time, didn't care so much. He had lost his mind. Boom. Just when Wu Yong was about to expose his cultivation level and take action, an elder from the Shengqing sect stopped directly in front of Wu Yong and used a shield to withstand Nangong Ling's full blow. Boom! A strong shock wave spread out, the air was shocked and sent out ripples, and the floor above the ring was completely shattered. That's enough. As the senior brother of my Shengqing sect, you can't beat a waste at the 5th level of chi refining, and yet you dare to use all your strength to kill others. You have disgraced our Shengqing sect. Go back to the sect and the head of the sect will punish you. Quote. The Shengqing sect elder yelled at Nangong Ling angrily, and Wu Yong immediately spoke out after seeing this. Wait a minute, he wants to kill me, is that all he wants to do? In the 2 martial arts competitions, he can kill people at will just because of his high level. Are my high-level disciples of the Xian sect able to kill your low-level disciples of the Shengqing sect at will? Quote. Wow, the crowd was suddenly talking about everything. The elder of the Shengqing sect was immediately speechless. He originally wanted Nangong Ling to go down first to avoid making things worse. Unexpectedly, Wu Yong, who was not an economical person, actually expanded the incident to the level of 2 sects. At this time, Head Mu Yang and Head Lu Tianan also knew that things were about to get out of control, and they immediately flew up. Enough! Leader Mu Yang shouted loudly in the air and landed directly on the ring. Lu Tianan looked at Wu Yong with admiration in his eyes. This little brother, this matter is due to the lack of discipline in our Shengqing sect. I don't know how to get you to stop pursuing it. Just as Wu Yang was about to speak, Master Mu Yang rolled his eyes at him, as if to say, forget it, that's it. Cut. Wu Yang didn't dump Mu Yang and said directly, I was only at the 5th level of the qi refining stage, and he wanted to kill me with his early stage cultivation of the golden pill. I was so frightened that I had to hold back my urine, which caused internal injuries. Besides, if I was so frightened, it might be difficult to improve my cultivation in the future. No matter what, I have to pay 300,000 spiritual stones as compensation. Otherwise, it will be difficult to heal my weak heart. Quote. Listening to Wu Yang's words, Leader Mu Yang's eyes were filled with anger. This guy didn't understand what he meant at all. This matter ends here. Junior Nangong made an unintentional mistake. Do you understand? Seeing what Master Mu Yang said, Wu Yang helplessly spread his hands. It's up to you. You are the leader and you can do whatever you say. What can I do? You. Alright, Master Mu, I will give the Qing sect these 300,000 pieces of spiritual stone to compensate this little brother. How about we just give up now? Just listen to Master Lu's arrangements. I will teach this kid a lesson later. He is so presumptuous that he dares to ask for 300,000 spiritual stones. It doesn't matter, it was the villain who missed first. Lu Tianan took out a storage bag and handed it to Wu Yang. Wu Yang took the storage bag and put it in his arms without looking at it. Thank you, Master Lu, for upholding justice for me. Wu Yang is grateful. Okay, let's go down. Let's forget about this matter. Don't mention it again in the future to avoid hurting the harmony between the two sects. This is Master Lu. Master, this disciple is resigning. Wu Yang saluted Lu Tianan and Mu Yang respectively and jumped off the ring. Lu Tianan motioned to the elder to take Nangong Ling down, and then spoke. This is just a small episode. The exchange and competition will continue now. If such bad behavior occurs, you will be expelled from the sect immediately. After saying that, the two leaders flew up and returned to the stands. The competition started again, and the disciples of the two sects continued to compete one after another. Wu Yang returned to Xiao Yunfang's position. Junior sister, look, senior brother didn't tell lies, did he? Eldest brother is great, I knew he could win. You little sycophant, get my spiritual stone quickly. Here, they're all here, hee hee. Okay, I'm going back. Just stay by yourself. Come back as soon as the exchange competition is over. Senior brother, are you going back? Okay. Wu Yang ran back to Shaoyun Peak with a smile while holding 1 million pieces of low-grade spiritual stones. He was humming a little tune along the way and couldn't help but feel so happy. Hee hee hee, not only did I beat this fool, but I also got 1 million spiritual stones for free, making me rich. I just don't know if anyone will give me money, ha ha ha. When Wu Yang returned to Xiaoyunfang, he rushed into the room and lay on the bed. System, call, I grabbed the spiritual stone to recharge. Ding, it is detected that the host needs to recharge, please enter the recharge amount. Charge 1 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 1 million low-grade spiritual stones and successfully redeeming 10,000 points. Improve my realm, I want to improve my realm. Ding, congratulations to the host for reaching the late stage of the nascent soul. 10,000 points will be deducted. Current points. 0. It's the late stage of the nascent soul, ha ha ha, Master Mu Yang, just wait. If I don't put on a black hood and beat you up, I won't be called Wu Yang. In the next few months, Wu Yang was a salted fish every day, lying on the hanging net under the tree and eating melon seeds every day. Mu Wanqing felt very disappointed every time she saw her eldest disciple sleeping or eating melon seeds. She had been practicing hard for so long to reach the early stage of the nascent soul. Why could this fool become stronger just by sleeping? He was doing nothing all day long, and I had never seen him practice. Is there still justice? Is there still law? Hey, what are you looking at, beautiful master? At this moment, Wu Yang, who was lying on the hanging net, saw Mu Wanqing peeking at him, and then stood up and walked towards Mu Wanqing. You, don't come over, stop. How could Mu Wanqing dare to let Wu Yang get close to her? This evil disciple might want to spank her. Mu Wanqing's face turned red when she thought of this. Beautiful master, why is your face so red? Did you get sunburned? Let me see. Mu Wanqing retreated to the wall and Wu Yong touched her face with his hand. Oh, tut tut tut. Look at how red it is. Come on, your disciple will make you a special mask. You, let go, evil disciple. Swoosh, Mu Wanqing broke free and ran away. Ha, ha, ha. Why is my face so red? Oh, what am I thinking about? He is my eldest disciple. Mu Wanqing, what are you thinking about? Mu Wanqing couldn't explain why she felt something different in her heart when Wu Yong touched her face. Wu Yong looked at his hand with a smile on his face. He, we are one step closer to the task of conquering the beautiful master. Go back to sleep. Oh, this matter can't be rushed. We have to take it slowly, take it slowly. Walk to the hanging net and lay down again, whistling and eating melon seeds. 3 days later, a major event that shocked the entire Lyan sect occurred. Saint Jong Min went out to practice accompanied by 2 deacons and elders, but was attacked and seriously injured. 2 deacons and elders in the early stage of the nascent soul died and 1 was seriously injured. The seriously injured deacon elder brought back the seriously injured Saint Jong Min at the risk of his life. Wu Yong was furious when he heard the news and rushed directly to the sect hall. Get out of the way, let me in. Brother, you can't go in. There are the masters of the major peaks and the heads of the major sects inside. I said, get out of the way, don't let me do it. Wu Yong was like a demon at this time, looking at the sect disciples who blocked him. At this time, a majestic voice sounded in the hall. Let him in. Wu Yong pushed the 2 disciples aside and strode in. He ran to a stretcher and squatted down, looking at Jong Min who was unconscious. Tianjizi said with a guilty look at this time, I should have been protecting the ancient immortal body all the time. I just went back to the sect and didn't expect such a thing to happen. Senior Tianjizi, this is not your fault. It is our Lyan sect that failed to protect her. We are also responsible. Mu Yang comforted Tianjizi. No matter who it is impossible for anyone to stay by Jong Min's side 24 hours a day. Seeing Mu Yang speak, Yan Shanyu of the Divine Sword sect also comforted him. Master Mu, this is not the time to take responsibility. This matter concerns the safety of the ancient immortal body. We must unite together. Master Yan is right. The most important thing now is to heal Jong Min. I have brought the reincarnation pill, the treasure of my Qingyu sect. Let her take it first. It is important to save her life. Let's work together to treat this girl. After the discussion of all the masters, Lin Fengjiao took out the reincarnation pill of the Qingyu sect and fed it to Jong Min. Wu Yong watched the heads and elders busying around, and felt grateful. At the same time, he also regretted why he had to teach her the supreme Dao Ju. If it weren't for this technique that allowed her to awaken the 9-turn phoenix body, she wouldn't have become the target of public criticism. She wouldn't have been seriously injured. After stabilizing Jong Min's injuries, head of Mu Yang asked Wu Yong to go back first, saying that several heads and elders had something to discuss. At this time, Wu Yong didn't get angry, and went back to Shaoyun Peak alone. After nightfall, Mu Wanqing also came back. At this time, Wu Yong was waiting for Mu Wanqing in the yard. Seeing her come back, Wu Yong walked towards her. Beautiful master, tell me, who hurt my junior sister? Wu Yong, this is not your business. What you have to do now is to concentrate on improving your cultivation. Be prepared for what will happen soon. This is not the answer I want. Which force sent people to attack my junior sister, tell me. Seeing that she couldn't get rid of Wu Yong, Mu Wanqing had to tell him the truth. The Great Demon sect joined forces with the Asura sect and the Mist Shadow sect of the Rakshasa kingdom. Each sect sent an elder in the early nascent soul stage to attack Jong Min and the 2 deacon elders. Elder Lu died in the battle, and Elder Feng brought back Jong Min with a seriously injured body. The Great Demon sect, Asura sect, Mist Shadow sect, beautiful master, give me your token, I want to leave the sect. No, even if you are in the middle nascent soul stage. What if this happens? Boom, the pressure of the late nascent soul stage in Wu Yong's body was directly released. After Mu Wanqing felt this pressure, she stopped persuading him and took out her token directly. Be careful when you go out. 3 days later, Wu Yong arrived at the place where Jong Min was attacked. He looked at the ruins around him. All the trees on the mountain were broken, and there were deep sword marks on the mountain. A slightly smaller mountain was flattened directly. Debris flew everywhere. Brother Feng, take the saint and leave. Hurry. Ah, I will fight with you. Brother Lu. No, hey. Wu Yong seemed to have seen the battle scene at that time. Elder Lu did not hesitate to blow himself up in order to let Elder Feng leave with the Saint Jong Min. Elder Feng didn't have time to feel sad, so he escaped as fast as he could with his seriously injured body and the unconscious Jong Min. Seeing this tragic scene, Wu Yong was extremely angry and spoke through gritted teeth. Great demon sect, I will make you pay 100 times the price to relieve the hatred in my heart. Wu Yong put on his black robe, put on a scarf, and flew towards the nearest immortal cultivator city. Lonely City is a medium-sized city in Jinxian Kingdom. There happens to be a branch of the Great Demon Sect here, and the leader here happens to be an early nascent soul. Wu Yong handed over 20 low-grade spiritual stones at the city gate and entered the city. He came to a place where immortal cultivators gathered and made some inquiries, and found out the location of the Great Demon Sect's branch. Wu Yong couldn't wait for a moment and rushed towards the position of the Great Demon Gate's helm. Bang! Smashed the helm gate with a sword. He rushed in with the Wandering Dragon sword in his hand and started killing indiscriminately. Wu Yong was like an angry lion at this time, killing everyone he saw. For a moment, the disciples of the Great Demon Sect were cut into several pieces like fruits by the Wandering Dragon sword in Wu Yong's hand. Screams of fear kept coming from the sub-rudder, which temporarily attracted the curiosity of some monks. However, as soon as everyone saw that the Great Demon Sect sub-rudder was being slaughtered, they all turned around and left. I'm afraid that I'll be hurt if I walk too slowly. After all, this is a big demon sect with separate rudders. Whoever dares to go on a killing spree at the helm of our Great Demon Sect, no matter who it is, you and the forces behind you will be wiped out. At this time, there was a roar from outside the helm, and an old man in red robes flew over at great speed. Without even glancing at the red-robed old man, Wu Yong kept swinging out the dragon sword in his hand, and the dragon-shaped swordlight was slashing at each of the helmsman disciples. How could these monks below the Golden Core withstand the slaughter of a late nascent soul monk? The moment the red-robed old man fell, all the 200 disciples in the entire branch had been killed. The rudder was turned into ruins, and the attics collapsed after being slashed by the sword energy. Take your life. The old man in red robe roared angrily and held out a black magic knife. As soon as the magic knife came out, black mist filled the air, the magic power in the red-robed old man's body violently rioted, and a black hexagon appeared behind the red-robed old man. A seal was struck on the demon gate sword, and the black demon sword exuded strong demonic energy and slashed towards Wu Yong. Boom! Wu Yong smashed the magic sword with one punch. The magic energy dissipated and the blade shattered. The demonic energy spread out in all directions, immediately contaminating the corpses on the ground, causing them to emit bursts of black energy. Wu Yong dodged and grabbed the old man in red robe by the neck, directly confining the magic power in his body. I will kill each of the demon cultivators from the Great Demon Sect on sight, so are you ready to die? The old man in red robe was almost suffocated when he was caught, and said in a weak voice, "Who are you?" "I am your uncle." Wu Yong said something into the ear of the old man in red robe, and then with the force of his right hand, he broke the old man in red robe's neck. Then he turned one hand into a claw and sucked out the nascent soul of the old man in red robe. Bang! Crush it into pieces. After collecting all the storage bags as quickly as possible, Wu Yong disappeared. The fact that the Great Demon Sect's branch was destroyed was spreading at an extremely fast speed. When the Great Demon Sect learned the news one day later, it directly sent a team of 100 elite disciples to investigate the matter. One middle-stage nascent soul elder and 20 early-stage nascent soul deacons, plus 80 Golden Core disciples, formed a mighty group of people after they left the headquarters of the Great Demon Sect and dispersed in groups of 10. And this mid-stage nascent soul elder rushed to Lonely City and arrived at the destroyed helm position. 3 days later, Wu Yong's figure appeared on a barren mountain. At this time, there were 2 caves here. Although they were hidden with formations, they still couldn't escape Wu Yong's spiritual consciousness in the late nascent soul. This is the temporary cave of 2 early Yuanying monks from the Rakshasa kingdom. They were injured in the attack on Jong Min, so they are recovering here. At that time, an early Yuanying elder of Lyan sect blew himself up, which gave another elder the opportunity to escape with Jong Min. And these two monks from the Rakshasa kingdom were injured precisely because they were affected by the self-destruction of the elder deacon of Lyan sect. Looking at the two caves, Wu Yong punched directly, boom, boom, boom. The cave's defensive formation shattered within a few seconds, and two figures escaped at high speed, each flying in a different direction. Wu Yong picked a direction in which the figure flew out and chased after him. In an instant, he caught up with the fleeing Shira sect elder. Boom! A heaven-shaking seal was slapped on his back. PFF'd. How could the elder of the Shira sect who was already injured be an opponent of the late nascent soul? After being hit by the heaven-shaking seal, he immediately vomited a mouthful of blood. Phew! Wu Yong came to his side at an extremely fast speed, grabbed his neck with his big hand, and squeezed hard. Bang! The body of this Shira sect elder turned into blood mist, leaving only a nascent soul being pinched by Wu Yong. Bang! His palm crushed his Yuanying with force, he took the storage bag and flew in the other direction. After reaching the late nascent soul stage, one can now move tens of thousands of miles with a single thought. Although the technique is called this, the teleportation distance is greatly increased. Wu Yong used 1,000 miles of thought 3 times in succession and caught up with the fleeing elder of the Wying sect on a lake. Seeing Wu Yong chasing after him, the elder of the Wying sect turned into mist with a bang and merged into the thick fog above the lake. The secret skill of the Fog Shadow sect is that you can turn your body into fog to hide yourself, so every elder of the Fog Shadow sect is a master of assassination. Wu Yong was currently in the thick fog above the lake. His late-stage nascent soul consciousness spread out, searching every inch of the fog above the lake. Suddenly Wu Yong raised his hand and punched behind, boom. A punch hit the mist, and poof, the figure of the elder from the Wying sect flew out backwards, vomiting blood. Can you hide? Aunt, today you are just the first one. One day, everyone in your Wying sect will die because of you. The elder of the Wying sect who flew out was now held in Wu Yong's hand, just like he was holding a little chicken. Then he punched the elder of the Wying sect, boom, bang, the elder of the Wying sect was directly punched to death, and not even the nascent soul within his body could escape. After collecting the storage bag, Wu Yong disappeared directly. At this moment, the elite disciples sent by the Great Demon sect were investigating every nearby city. All the monks within a radius of thousands of miles were panicking, fearing that the Great Demon sect would vent its anger on them. 2 days later, a team of 10 people from the Great Demon sect encountered a man in black. This man was dressed in black, covered with a black scarf, and holding a mace in his hand. The leader, the early nascent soul elder, was just about to stop the man in black and ask, but unexpectedly, the man in black launched a direct attack, picked up the mace and rushed into the team. Bang, 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 a stick smashed the body of a Great Demon sect disciple. There was only one Yuan Ying in the early stage of the team leading a 10-person team, and 9 of them were killed by Wu Yong with a mace in just a few breaths. The remaining elder in the early stage of Yuanying fled towards the distance after knowing that he was defeated. Wu Yong changed to the upstream dragon sword, and the spiritual power of the later stage of Yuanying was directly injected into it. A small white dragon flew out of the sword and roared, a dragon roar came out. Then his body grew rapidly. Wu Yong slashed at the fleeing elder of the Great Demon sect with a sword, and the dragon-shaped sword light suddenly roared away, boom. The body of the elder of the Great Demon sect disappeared immediately, and he could no longer die. Even the nascent soul was turned into ashes at the same time as his body under the attack of the dragon-shaped sword light. After getting 10 more storage bags, Wu Yong left again. Within a month, the 100 elite disciples sent by the Great Demon sect had lost 4 teams. The leader of the middle stage nascent soul elder immediately gathered everyone together. To be able to massacre a team led by an elder in the early stage of nascent soul, this person is at least in the middle stage of nascent soul. At this time, this elder does not dare to be careless. At this time, Wu Yong was counting his gains during this period in a cave, and he was opening storage bags one by one. It took more than a month of killing to get 300,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Are all the demon cultivators of this Great Demon sect so poor? They are a bunch of poor people. There aren't even many magic weapons. Who cares, it's all for nothing, so just think of it as collecting some interest for junior sister. Quote. After taking back the spirit stones and some scattered magic weapons, Wuyong walked out of the cave. At this time, he took off his black robe, put on normal clothes, and rushed towards another city of immortal cultivators. He wants to remove all the branches of the Great Demon Sect first, and then attack the headquarters of the Great Demon Sect to avenge his junior sister and the 2 deacons and elders. After driving for a few days, we arrived at Tianyuan City. This is a medium to large city with hundreds of thousands of immortal cultivators living there. At this time, Wuyong rushed into an inn where most immortal cultivators gathered, and stayed there for 3 days. 3 days later, he finally figured out the power branches of Tianyuan City, as well as the position and strength of the Great Demon Sect's branch. There are 2 early nascent soul elders in charge of the Great Demon Sect's branch here, and the Ning family in Tianyuan City has been suppressed by the Great Demon Sect's branch all the year round. Wuyong left the inn, walked on the street, and was about to find a deserted place to change into his black robe, when he suddenly heard shouts from ahead. Help! Help! Hey hey hey, help! Who in this Tianyuan City dares to steal someone from our Great Demon Sect, ha 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 ha. I saw a girl running in front of Wuyong and fell down. Wuyong looked at the fallen girl. She was dressed in white clothes, with long flowing hair, an oval face, and an aloof temperament. She is definitely a young lady from some family. Save me, fellow Taoist, please save me. I am from the Ning family in Chungnay. My grandpa will come to save me soon. I hope fellow Taoist can stop me for a moment. I, the Ning family, will give you generous gifts. Quote, hey, kid, you'd better not meddle in other people's business, otherwise my big magic sect will make you unable to eat and walk around. Get out of here. Wuyong looked at the fallen girl, then at these arrogant disciples of the demon sect, then turned around and walked deeper into the alley. The girl looked at Wuyong's retreating figure, and a look of despair suddenly appeared on her face. Ha ha ha, see, no one dares to save you. Brothers, take her back and let the elders have fun first. It will be our turn after the elders have finished playing, hee hee. Look at this girl's delicate skin and tender flesh, but I don't know if her screams are lewd or not. Ha ha ha, wait until the elders have enjoyed it and then we will know after we try it. Several disciples of the Great Demon Sect opened their hands and walked towards Ning Ka with a wretched face. Ning Ka fell to the ground and kept struggling to retreat. Don't come over, woo woo woo, where are you, grandpa? Ha ha ha, your grandpa, that rubbish, has only huddled in the Ning family since he was injured by the 2 elders. If it weren't for your Ning family's defensive formation, our Great Demon Sect would have attacked and killed you all. Just when Ning Ka was shouting to the sky and the earth, a black figure fell from the sky. I saw a figure wearing black clothes and a black scarf, holding a mace in his hand. Bang, 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 the man in black swung the mace and smashed the chest of a disciple of the Great Demon Sect with one club. In an instant, all 5 disciples of the Great Demon Sect were killed by the mace. The speed was so fast that people could not react. Ning Ker still had her eyes closed at this time, but when she opened her eyes, she saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. There were 5 bodies of disciples of the Great Demon Sect lying on the ground, with sunken chests and eyes wide open, obviously dead with eyes open. A black figure walking away was forever imprinted in her heart, dressed in black, with a mace on his shoulder. This man was Wuyong. As soon as he entered the alley, he changed into a black robe and covered his face. He took out the mace and rushed out. He solved these little karamis in a few moves. Ning Ker came to her senses, got up and ran to the Ning family, looking back at the black figure while running. A quarter of an hour later, Wuyong arrived at the branch of the Great Demon Sect in Tianyuan City and smashed the door without saying a word. Bang, the mahogany door was smashed to pieces by the mace. Who dares to come to my branch of the Great Demon Sect to make trouble? Suddenly, a group of disciples of the Great Demon Sect gathered from all directions, led by 2 Yuanying early elders. Wuyong directly used the phantom body method and rushed into the crowd with a mace. Bang, 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 every time he swung the mace, he took the life of a disciple of the Great Demon Sect. Soon, the branch of the Great Demon Sect suffered heavy casualties, and the remaining low-level disciples fled for their lives. There were too many disciples in this branch, and Wuyong could not kill them all in a short time. At this time, the 2 Yuanying early elders also surrounded him and attacked Wuyong with magic weapons. A green tripod and a scimitar were sacrificed by the two elders. The green tripod exuded a faint green light, and the scimitar exuded a strong demonic aura. The two attacks came at Wuyong like two poisonous snakes. Boom, boom. The mace in his hand smashed the green tripod and the scimitar directly, and then Wuyong flashed and came to an elder, and bang, he smashed him out with a stick. The elder was like a kite with a broken string at this time, and smashed directly into a house. Boom. The house was instantly reduced to ruins. Seeing this, another elder wanted to escape, and Wuyong swung the mace and hit him on the head. Bang! A headless corpse fell down with a bang. Even the nascent soul did not escape. Flying up and coming to the ruins, looking at the elder who had just been smashed away by his stick, Wuyong clenched his fist with one hand and punched out. Bang! The fist shadow made a sound of breaking through the air and hit the elder's chest directly, and a big hole suddenly appeared on it, running through it from front to back. Swoosh! A white nascent soul flew out at high speed. Wuyong grabbed it with his big hand, and the huge suction force sucked the nascent soul back. Tell me where your great demon sect's headquarters is. Otherwise, die. If you want to kill me, kill me. You want to know the location of my great demon sect's headquarters, you are dreaming. Bang! Wuyong exerted force with his palm and crushed the nascent soul directly. Then you go to die. After crushing the nascent soul, Wuyong began to clean up the battlefield. He put away the storage bags one by one. Although there was not much money, it was better than nothing. He had to prepare for the breakthrough of the god of transformation. Not long after Wuyong left the city gate, the elite disciples sent by the great demon sect also arrived here, and the two groups met immediately. Wuyong faced an old man in the middle stage of the nascent soul, 6 early stage of the nascent soul, and 60 great demon sect disciples in the golden core stage. He immediately retracted the mace and took out the dragon sword. At this time, the middle stage nascent soul old man who led the group looked at the man in black in front of him. You are the one who has taken down several branches of my great demon sect. If I meet you today, then you will stay. Surround them and kill them without mercy. As soon as the old man finished speaking, the disciples around him flew out and surrounded Wuyong in the middle. All kinds of magic weapons were sacrificed, and attacks came towards Wuyong one after another. Ding 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 ding, all attacks were accurately blocked by the Lingtian shield. At this moment, Wuyong moved, and the Yulong sword in his hand swung out a sword flower, and the spiritual power in his body burst out directly. Roar! A white dragon roared and rushed towards a group of Jindan stage demon cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions continued to come, and with one move, more than 20 Jindan stage cultivators were killed with just one move. This is the terrifying power of the late Yuanying. Hurry up and form a formation, the leading old man shouted directly. The surrounding disciples adjusted their positions one after another, and everyone from the great demon sect directly formed an array. Surround Wuyong in the middle again with a hexagonal stance. Standing above the formation eye was this old man who was in the middle stage of nascent soul. At this time, the cultivation level in the old man's body was rising sharply. After a while, a pressure from the late nascent soul came from the old man. Wuyong looked at the old man, and he didn't dare to be careless at this time. Although the old man's cultivation was forcibly improved by everyone using formations, he still had the true strength of the late nascent soul. The old man sacrificed a sickle, which was his magic weapon. The dark sickle was like the death-killing sickle of the god of death, exuding a cold air. Suddenly, the magic power of the disciples of the great demon sect within the formation poured in crazily towards the sickle, and the old man's hands kept issuing seals, which were printed on the black sickle. Wuyong held the dragon sword across his chest, the spiritual power in his body exploded, and the sound of sword clanging could be heard endlessly. Then, raising the dragon sword high, a giant white dragon rushed out, roaring, a huge dragon roar sounded in the air. The giant white dragon surrounded the surroundings, causing ripples in the surrounding air that was stirred in midair. At this time, the old man stopped moving and raised his hands high. The black sickle suddenly became larger, and the curved blade looked like the fangs of a poisonous snake. Go! The old man shouted. The black scythe rumbled towards Wuyong with bursts of cold air, directly cutting through the air in the air, and headed towards Wuyong at great speed. At this time, Wuyong held the dragon sword in both hands and slashed, roaring. The white dragon opened its mouth and shouted, spitting out bursts of saliva from its mouth, and then stirred its body and hit the black scythe. Boom! The black sickle and the white dragon collided in the air, and a huge explosion sounded all around. Ripples spread at the place of collision, and all the surrounding rocks and trees turned into powder. Under the huge shock wave, Wu Yong was also shaken back more than 10 meters, and the old man from the Great Demon Sect also took several steps back. PFF'd. Several of the disciples of the Great Demon Sect with lower cultivation levels who controlled the formation immediately spat out large mouthfuls of blood, while the others staggered and almost lost their balance. Everyone, hold still and increase your magic output. The old man shouted again, because at this time he realized that the strength of the late nascent soul alone could not kill this black-robed man. Boom! A wave of fluctuations emitted from the Great Demon Gate formation, and the old man's cultivation in the eyes of the formation immediately improved again. After a few breaths, he reached the great perfection of the nascent soul stage. Suddenly, a more powerful pressure than before emanated from the old man's body. The old man took a few steps forward, and the black sickle flew around him. The massacre of my Great Demon Sect's helmsman will make your soul fly to pieces today, and your sect will shed blood into a river. Suffer death. Boom! The old man in the formation used the magic power of the great perfection in the late nascent soul to drive the black sickle. Buzz! The black scythe flew faster and faster, and now the shadow of the scythe was no longer visible to the naked eye. The scythe was so fast that it was invisible to the naked eye. At this time, Wu Yong's spiritual sky shield and explosive armor were operating at full strength at the same time. The spiritual power in his body was madly injected into the dragon sword, and the white dragon appeared again. The flying dragon is in the sky. Wu Yong directly used his strongest sword, which used up most of his spiritual power. Roar! The giant white dragon is like a hill, raising its head and roaring towards the sky. The roar of the dragon resounded throughout the world. Call out! The black sickle directly tore through the space and attacked Wu Yong very quickly. Roar! With another dragon roar, the white dragon turned into a huge beam of light and hit the black scythe directly. Boom! Bang! The landslide and the ground cracked, and the surrounding air quickly gathered towards the explosion site and spread quickly. Boom! A mountain peak was directly cut to the ground by the explosion shock wave, and the rocks were shattered. Wu Yong was directly shocked by the shock wave and vomited blood from his mouth, and his body flew out upside down. Poof! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Wu Yong stopped 100 meters away. The white dragon dissipated and the black sickle flew back to the old man. At this time, the old man held the black sickle and flashed towards Wu Yong. Suffer death! The old man roared. In an instant, he came to Wu Yong's side and slashed at Wu Yong's neck with the sickle in his hand. Ding! Wu Yong raised his dragon sword to block. Then he distanced himself and slashed a dragon-shaped sword light towards the old man. Boom! The old man threw out the black sickle to block. The two people immediately passed hundreds of moves, and after a collision, the two distanced themselves again. Wu Yong retreated again, and the old man gained the upper hand and chased after him. Wu Yong, who was retreating, flew another 100 meters, took out a spiritual recovery pill, stuffed it into his mouth, and then suddenly turned around and raised the dragon sword high. The flying dragon is in the sky. Roar! A giant white dragon that looks like a hill appears again. He bumped headlong into the chasing old man. Wu Yong fought hard to get seriously injured and once again used his strongest sword. He wanted to verify an idea in his mind at this time. The magic power in the old man's body exploded, and the black scythe disappeared again, cutting through the void and attacking the white dragon. Roar! Boom! The white dragon and the black scythe collided again, and the explosion was much weaker than the last time. But all the trees within a 10-mile radius were shattered by the shock wave. Puff! This time it was the turn of the old man from the Great Demon Sect to vomit blood. The old man seemed to have thought of something and was about to fly back towards the formation. Wu Yong has verified his thoughts at this time. How can the old man return to the formation at this time? Immediately, one after another, dozens of restraints were shot out. The old man was blocked by the restraints and could not return to the formation for a while. Wu Yong took this opportunity and used all the spiritual power in his body. The dragon sword emitted a strong light, and a sword name came out from the dragon sword. Ah! Wu Yong swung the last sword with all his strength, and boom, a silver sword light swung out from the Yulong sword. Upon seeing this, the old man directly held the black sickle across his chest to resist. Boom! An explosion came from the old man's chest. Click! The black sickle broke into 2 sections. Poof! The old man vomited blood, and a deep sword wound appeared on his chest. Wu Yong dodged. Poof! A sword sliced off the old man's head. The head flying into the air looked at Wu Yong in disbelief, while his body fell towards the ground. Phew! The old man's nascent soul flew out of his head quickly. Wu Yong was prepared for this, and a restraint hit the newly appeared nascent soul. Yuanying was immediately imprisoned. He raised the dragon sword and struck it on Yuanying. Bang! Yuanying turned into flying ashes. All this happened so fast that all the disciples of the great demon sect had no time to react. In fact, Wu Yong had long suspected that there was a loophole in this formation. When he attacked for the first time, he used his strongest sword, but it was blocked by the black sickle, which caused him internal injuries. Flying back from his body, when the old man caught up and fought again, he found that the old man's internal cultivation seemed to have declined. At that time, he wondered whether the farther the old man was from the formation, the more seriously his cultivation dropped. On the formation I, the old man's cultivation level rose to the great perfection of the late Yuanying stage, but after chasing a certain distance, the cultivation level in his body dropped to the late Yuanying stage. So when Wu Yong attacked for the 3rd time, he deliberately retreated several hundred meters again. At this time, the old man had the upper hand and was lost for a while. He only focused on killing Wu Yong, but forgot that he was getting further and further away from the formation. Things turned out just as Wu Yong thought. When the old man chased after him again, his cultivation level had dropped back to the middle stage of nascent soul. At this time, the old man finally realized that something was wrong. When he was about to escape towards the formation, he was blocked by Wu Yong with a restraint, and then he used all his spiritual power to strike out with another sword. Only then did the old man beheaded. If Wu Yong hadn't discovered the flaws of this formation and had been fighting against the elders of the great demon sect around the formation, Wu Yong himself would probably be dead now. He was actually betting that his guess was right, but he won the bet, and the elder of the great demon sect lost because of his carelessness, thinking that Wu Yong had been seriously injured. That's why Wu Yong found the opportunity to kill him. At this time, Wu Yong stuffed another spirit reviving pill, took back the dragon sword, took out the mace and used the phantom body technique directly in a flash. He rushed towards the people of the great demon sect who were forming in formation. There was no leader in the formation at this time. Wu Yong swung his mace and killed them randomly. Bang, bang, bang. An hour later, all the elite disciples sent by the great demon sect were killed by Wu Yong. At this time, Wu Yong also suffered serious internal injuries because of the formation. Quickly collecting everyone's storage bags, the figure turned into a stream of light and flashed towards the sky. Wu Yong found a hidden valley and began to retreat to heal his wounds. A month later, Wu Yong came to Lyan City and walked into Wan Tower. Hey, Mr. Wu, are you here? I'll call the shopkeeper right now. The previous waitress was so happy when she saw Wu Yong that she ran all the way up to the 2nd floor. Soon we came down from the 2nd floor. Sir, the shopkeeper is asking you to come up. Well, okay, I'll just go up there by myself. You go ahead and do your work. Wu Yong arrived at the door of the room on the 2nd floor with ease, and knocked on the door. Come in, my Mr. Wu. You just make it easy for me to wait. Hearing this seductive voice, Wu Yong knew it was Lu Mei without even looking. I just opened the door and walked in. When I came to the table, I sat down directly. Hey, Mr. Wu is still in the mood to hang out outside. Wasn't your junior sister seriously injured in a sneak attack? Why don't you go back quickly? That's why I came out, but by the way, Sister Lu, how did you get the news? Ha ha ha, a few months ago our guys went to Inter-sect to deliver spiritual stones. Because they couldn't see Jong Min, after asking around, we found out that she was seriously injured in a sneak attack. I'm here today. I'll take all the spiritual stones away. By the way, I also have some magic weapons here. You can give them to me and see how many spiritual stones they are worth. After Wu Yong said this, hundreds of storage bags flew out, and piles of low-level magic weapons flew out of them. These are all his gains during this period. Some of them are from previous illegal gains, and most of them were taken from the disciples of the great demon sect. Looking at the low-level magic weapons that filled half the room, Lu Mei's pupils shrank slightly. Although they were low-level magic weapons, they were too many. This, little brother, are you going to rob? I killed some people. These were all ripped from the dead. Can you exchange them all for me with spiritual stones? This is what I, Wan Baolo, do, so of course it's okay, hehehehe. Lu Mei called 2 guys to count the magic weapons, and then took Wu Yong to another room. It seems that you were responsible for the destruction of the great demon sect's branch during this period. This made the great demon sect very angry. Who would have thought that the man in black robe who destroyed so many branches of the great demon sect was actually a little kid? Ha 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 ha, interesting, so interesting. I'm really curious about what state Mr. Wu is in now. Quote. As Lu Mei said that, she sat on Wu Yong's lap and hooked her hands around his neck. Immediately, the body fragrance of Lu Mei reached Wu Yong's nose. Looking at Lu Mei's hot body and smelling her body fragrance, Wu Yong was also a little confused at this time. Shopkeeper Lu, you are playing with fire. You teased me before, but now you dare to do this. Aren't you afraid that something will happen to us? Ha ha ha, the slave family really wants to have something happen with Mr. Wu. I'm afraid that Mr. Wu doesn't like the slave family. At this time, there was a knock on the door, dong dong dong. I'm telling the shopkeeper that the magic weapons brought by Brother Wu have been counted. They are worth a total of 800,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Do you want to send the spiritual stones in now? Take it and put it on the counter. I will personally accompany Mr. Wu to pick it up later. Yes, Lu Mei sent away the guy who came to deliver the spirit stone, but her body did not leave Wu Yong's legs. Sister Lu, do you know that you are really playing with fire? Do you think I will be a gentleman? Then you are totally wrong. Oh, why do you want to eat me? The slave family is really looking forward to something happening with you. That's what you said. How could a vigorous man endure such temptation? Wu Yong picked up Lu Mei and walked towards the bed. Wu Yong was riding a horse on the vast grassland, and he placed a ban on the room. At this time, there was no sound at all in the room. 2 hours later, Lu Mei put her arms around Wu Yong's neck and nestled in his arms. No matter where you go from now on, don't forget the slave family, okay? You are my woman, no matter where you go. I am not an ungrateful man. I will marry you in the future. The slave family is waiting for you, your words make it all worth it. Maybe Lu Mei was teasing Wu Yong before, but when she found out that Wu Yong had killed several branches of the great demon sect and beheaded a group of elite disciples all by himself for his junior sister, she discovered that she had really seen the right person, and that he was indeed a person worth entrusting her with for life. Lu Mei was always a decisive person. Now that she had identified this man, she would give him everything she had, including herself. Wu Yong patted Lu Mei's back and spoke softly. Get up, it's time to go down. I can't stay here for too long, otherwise I will hurt you if I get exposed. I still have things to do. I will come to you when I have time. You have to take care of yourself. Quote. Lu Mei slowly got up and put on her clothes, then limped down the stairs with Wu Yong and came to the hall. This is the 800,000 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones just now. This is the share of the celestial mask during this period, a total of 3 million pieces of low-grade spiritual stones. When Lu Mei came to the counter, she took out 2 storage bags and handed them to Wu Yong. She took the storage bags and looked at Lu Mei. I'm leaving. If anything happens, the 3 of you will come to Inter-sect to find me. I will come as soon as I get the news. Well, the slave family will miss you. After giving Lu Mei one last look, Wu Yong walked straight out of Wan Tower. Hey, I have another love debt. I can't help it because I'm handsome, hehehehe. As soon as he walked out of Wan Tower, Wu Yong showed a mean look, and went straight out of Lyan City, arriving thousands of miles away with a thought. Boom, a punch broke open a mountain, and a simple cave was formed. 5 small flags were thrown out, and a defensive restriction was set up. Just walked in. System, call the system, I want to recharge. Ding, it is detected that the host needs to recharge, please enter the recharge amount. Give me 4 million low-grade spiritual stones. Ding, Congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 450 low-grade spiritual stones and successfully redeeming 40,000 points. Improve my realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully advancing to the late stage of nascent soul, great consummation. Deduct 10,000 points, 30,000 points. The great perfection of the later nascent soul. Great demon sect, don't let me discover the location of your headquarters, or I will make your great demon sect bleed like a river. After removing the restriction and taking back the 5 elements flag, Wuyong walked out of the cave and flew towards the Lyan sect. At the moment when Wuyong was promoted to the great consummation of the late nascent soul, an old man in golden clothes slowly opened his eyes in the main hall of the Suzaku sacred sect of the 9th level cultivation country. Has the person who broke the situation finally appeared? Will you be the one who leads us back to the upper realm? This world has been imprisoned by the Qinggang Immortal Palace for too long. When I, the ancestor of the 4-elephant sect, went to the battlefield outside the territory, I came back seriously injured. Later, I was killed by the Qinggang Immortal Palace, and my 4-elephant sect was imprisoned in this world. Qinglong Hall, White Tiger Hall, Suzaku Hall, Xuanwu Hall, ha 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 ha. Quote. The old man in golden robe said words that only he could understand, and disappeared in a flash. They have been out for a few months, but the great demon sect has taken out a few of its rudders, and killed a group of elite disciples, as well as 1 middle-stage nascent soul elder and 10 early-stage nascent soul elders. This can be said to be a full harvest. Not only that, he has also been promoted to the great consummation of the late nascent soul. This is the top combat power in today's Jinxian country. Now, with Wuyong's strength, he is already on an equal footing with the heads of major sects. At this time, he couldn't find the headquarters of the great demon sect by himself. He was going to go back and ask his beautiful master Mu Wanqing to find the leader. After 10 days of traveling, he finally returned to Lyan sect. Master, beautiful master, where are you? Wuyong in the backyard of Xiaoyunfeng Hall put his hands around his mouth and shouted like a trumpet. Master, hey, there's no one in the room either. Could it be in the sect hall? It should be. Go take a look at junior sister. Quote. Mu Wanqing was nowhere to be found in Xiaoyun Peak, so Wuyong decided to go to the sect hall to have a look. In the sect's main hall, various peak masters and head Muyong are talking. Prepare to discuss a complete plan to encircle and suppress the great demon sect. Brother, head of the sect, who do you think was responsible for the recent destruction of the great demon sect? We sects have not yet discussed a battle plan. This is obviously not one of our people. Xiaozan looked at Muyong in confusion. Mu Wanqing actually knew in her heart that the person was Wuyong, but she didn't say it out loud. I don't know who it is, but since he attacked the demon cultivators, he is our ally. Okay, let's talk about this later. Jong Min should be waking up soon. Fortunately, head Lin of the Qingyu sect brought some heaven-defying elixirs like the reincarnation pill to save her life. Quote. While several peak leaders were talking, Wuyong ran in from the gate. Master, junior sister, as soon as I came in, I saw a bunch of elders and heads, and I was stunned. What the hell, do you still look like a senior brother? You are doing nothing every day. Lyan sect is really embarrassed to have a loser like you. My junior sister was injured and she didn't know how to take care of her. Where did she go during this time? Go to hell. Quote. Xiaozan always had a bad temper. When he saw Wuyong colliding with everyone, he immediately scolded him. When Mu Wanqing saw Xiaozan being aggressive, she immediately spoke up to help Wuyong. Okay, second senior brother, what can this guy do to help? He's just adding to the chaos. It's better to go to sleep. Sister, you have indulged him so much that he is now lawless and can break into the sect hall whenever he wants. Hey, senior brother, since you are Xiao Yunfang's disciple, let me handle it myself. Zhou Tianfang also stood up to speak for Mu Wanqing. When Muyong saw that several people were speaking for this kid, he immediately said, huh, and stopped talking. Why are you here? Mu Wanqing looked at Wuyong. I didn't see you when I returned to Xiaoyun Peak after finishing my work, so I guessed that you were here. Why don't you stop by to see junior sister? Your junior sister should wake up soon. Just wait here. If you have anything to say, we can talk to you when we get back. Mu Wanqing pulled Wuyong to her side and looked at Jong Min lying on the bed. At this time, Jong Min's face turned a little rosy. Unexpectedly, Xiaozan's voice sounded again and began to mock Wu Yang. What are you doing? What can you do for a waste in your qi refining stage? It's embarrassing. Some of your disciples at the same time are already in the advanced stage of foundation building. Look at yourself, you can't hold up the wall with mud. Quote. Wu Yang ignored Xiaozan on the surface, but he already had a plan in mind. After a while, Jong Min's eyelids moved slightly, his eyes slowly opened, and the look of everyone watching them changed from blurry to clear. Head, master, disciples. Jong Min was about to stand up and salute when she saw the people in front of the bed, but Master Mu Yang held her down. No need to be polite, just lie down. You just woke up and you still need to rest. Well, listen to your master, don't move. The master will be here to accompany you. Well, thank you to the head master, all the masters, and the master for your concern. I think I'm much better now. At this time, Wu Yang stuck his head out and looked straight at Jong Min, who had just woken up. Where's me? Why didn't junior sister see me? Ah, senior brother, you are here too. Seeing Wu Yang, a smile appeared on Jong Min's somewhat pale face. Junior sister, please take a good rest. When you are well, senior brother will roast chicken for you. Okay, I haven't eaten your roasted chicken for a long time. After seeing Jong Min wake up, several peak masters and head Mu Yang also showed relaxed smiles. This proves that their treatment in the past 2 months has achieved very good results. Zhou Tianfang stepped forward. Brother, head, do you want to inform all the major sects that this little girl Jong Min is awake? Well, I'll leave this matter to you, fourth junior brother. Zhou Tianfang turned around and left the sect hall. Mu Yang looked at everyone and continued to speak. Everyone, please go back. I will ask 2 female disciples to take care of this girl. Now she needs to rest, so let's not disturb her here. Yes, everyone said in unison. Everyone walked out of the hall separately. Wu Yang looked at Xiaozan's leaving figure with a cold glint in his eyes. Xiaozan seemed to have discovered something, and immediately looked back, only to see nothing behind him. Strange, why do I feel like this? As if a poisonous snake is staring at me. Hey, forget it, this is within the sect, what can happen? Xiao Yunfeng, Wu Yang just returned to the room and before he could sit down, Mu Wanqing walked in. Sit across from him. Did you touch the rudders of the Great Demon Sect? Yes, not only did I kill several branches of the Great Demon Sect, I also killed 100 elite disciples they sent, including a middle-stage nascent soul. Although Mu Wanqing had thought of it for a long time, she was still shocked when she heard Wu Yang say this. That was the middle stage of nascent soul. He was going to kill as soon as he said so. My great disciple is too outrageous. What level of cultivation are you at now? I remember you were in the middle stage of nascent soul before you left home. Ah, beautiful master, I accidentally broke through to the great perfection of the late nascent soul. My cultivation level should be the same as that of the major masters now. Mu Wanqing looked at Wu Yang as if he were a monster. He had broken through 2 realms in 3 months. This was simply unbelievable. At this time, she wanted to dissect Wu Yang herself to see how this great disciple practiced. Beautiful master, beautiful master. Looking at Mu Wanqing in a daze, Wu Yang raised his hand and waved it in front of her eyes. Ah, what kind of monster are you? You can break through so quickly. No, I just sleep and listen to songs when I have nothing to do. Is it difficult to practice? Beautiful master. Listening to this kid Versailles, Mu Wanqing rolled her eyes at him. I'm too lazy to pay attention to you. I'm leaving. I need to calm down for a while. The Great Demon Sect is not that simple. Do you understand? Hey, beautiful master, wait a minute, do you know the location of the headquarters of the Great Demon Sect? What do you want to do? I tell you this is not a joke. No matter how high your cultivation level is, you can't walk out of the Great Demon Sect headquarters unharmed. This matter must be subject to the opinions of the major leaders. Please be patient. Quote. After Mu Wanqing finished speaking, she walked back to her room. In a rare move, she sat down and started practicing. After all his disciples have reached the late stage of yuanying, and she is only in the early stage of yuanying. This is a big blow to her. On the other hand, Wu Yong fell asleep on the bed and started snoring soon. At midnight, Wu Yong opened his eyes, looked around as usual, then put on a black robe and covered his face and sneaked out. Along the way, he kept dodging the patrolling disciples and headed towards Fire Cloud Peak. I saw a huge red mountain peak towering into the clouds in the distance, with many lofts on the mountain. This is the second largest peak of Lyan sect, Fire Cloud Peak. After constantly avoiding the patrolling disciples on Fire Cloud Peak, Wu Yong came to the door of a main hall, poked through the window paper and looked in. Not this. Where is that? Wu Yong cautiously moved toward each hall, and a quarter of an hour later, he stopped at the door of a room in the backyard of a hall. You can see the mean smile in his mouth through the towel. He holds a sack in his hand and gently opens the door. As soon as he entered the door, he ducked and came directly to the bed. The sack in his hand was put directly on Xiaozan's head. Bang, 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 bang. A few punches were thrown to the head covered with a sack, all of which happened in an instant. Xiaozan woke up as soon as he was put in a sack, but he found that the spiritual power in his body had been suppressed, and he was punched more than a dozen times in one breath. Bang 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 bang, Wu Yong kept hitting Xiaozan in the face with his fist. After punching a dozen more times, he dodged towards the door and left with 1,000 miles of thought. The whole crime process took less than 2 minutes, and Xiaozan was beaten like a pig's head. 2/4 of an hour later, we arrived at Lyan Peak. This guy was very courageous. He beat Elder Xiaozan, and this time he actually wanted to beat the leader Mu Yang. In the backyard of Xianfeng Hall, at the door of head Mu Yang's room, Wu Yong was about to rush in with a sack when Mu Yang discovered him. After all, there is still a big gap between the Zochin in the later stage of nascent soul and the later stage. Mu Yang woke up as soon as Wu Yong came to the door. How dare you break into our Lyan sect in the middle of the night? Bang, Mu Yang broke the door with one palm and attacked Wu Yong. After a while, the two of them exchanged a few palms, bang bang bang, Mu Yang took a few steps back, and Wu Yong used the power of retreat to turn around and leave with 1,000 miles. He returned to Xiao Yunfeng's room at an extremely fast speed, quickly took off his black robe, put it in his storage bag, got into bed and lay down under the quilt. Fire Cloud Peak and Lyan Peak were brightly lit at the moment, and the disciples of the two peaks were holding torches and searching continuously. Lu Tianya and a group of Huiyan Peak's direct disciples heard the noise coming from Xiaozan's room and rushed over quickly. As soon as they arrived at the door, they saw Xiaozan rushing out angrily. Looking at Xiaozan with a bruised nose and swollen face, Lu Tianya and the others immediately braked. They all lowered their heads, not daring to look at Xiaozan's face, for fear that they might know some secret they shouldn't know. Why are you coming here so late without sleeping? If you don't want to sleep, then all of you should go out and patrol for me until dawn. Looking at the crowd, Xiaozan turned his anger on them. As a senior brother, Lu Tianya took all the junior brothers and sisters and left in despair. At this time, Xiaozan took out the jade communication card, because the head of Mu Yang was transmitting messages to him. Junior brother, come to the sect hall quickly. Xiaozan thought of something at this time, and his body immediately rose into the sky. Yes, Saint Jong Min, ancient immortal body. Could the other party be here to attack and kill Jong Min? After a while, Xiaozan arrived at the sect's main hall. At this time, all the major peak masters were present, and Tianjizi was among them. Second junior brother, what are you doing? Mu Yang looked at Xiaozan, who had a bruised nose and swollen face, and asked with concern. Xiaozan told them what happened. Mu Yang also talked about his own experience, and everyone was in deep thought. Who could actually break into the Lyan sect and beat a late nascent soul to a bruised nose and face? After a few more moves at the hands of Master Mu Yang, was he still able to escape completely? This matter still needs to be investigated carefully. My old man will keep vigil here tonight. You go back first. I will send a message if there is anything. Tian Jizzy stepped out and said to everyone, now he has the highest cultivation level here, and it is the best choice for him to protect the ancient immortal body. After a night, the people of Lyan sect were in a panic. They could quietly go to Huiyan Peak and beat up the peak master Xiaozan. How terrifying is this cultivation? Elder Xiaozan is a genuine late nascent soul. What's more terrifying is that the man in black also exchanged a few moves with the headmaster, although it was just a few moves. But that was the late nascent soul great perfection. One move could flatten a mountain, let alone a few moves. From this, it can be confirmed that the man in black and headmaster Muyang are both late nascent soul great perfection. A group of elders were discussing, but only Mu Wanqing remained silent. Headmaster Muyang finally announced that the number of patrol disciples would be doubled. Everyone dispersed. It was dawn, and Wu Yang got up and opened the door. Ah, a day's plan begins in the morning. He just stretched and saw Mu Wanqing walking back from outside. Seeing Wu Yang just waking up, he couldn't help asking, "Did you do what happened last night?" "Actually, I should have guessed it was you, the masked man in black, the same one who destroyed the Great Demon Sect's branch. HMPH, who told that Xiaozan to be so arrogant all day long. This is just to teach him a lesson." "What about my brother?" "Ah, this. I just want to test my strength, yes. I just want to find the leader to test my strength. Do you know how much trouble you have caused? Now the whole sect is in a panic. This matter will be over in a few days. Don't worry, beautiful master. I will never let anything happen to you." Mu Wan gave Wu Yang a clear look and went back to the room to sleep. Since it was confirmed that the man in black was Wu Yang, it was okay. "I didn't sleep all night, so I must make up for my beauty sleep." After what happened last night, Wu Yang was in a good mood. It was rare for him to walk down Shaoyun Peak and strolled around the sect. When passing the sect square, he met a figure. "Junior sister, why are you so depressed recently? This hairpin is nice, I'll give it to you." Murong Shui comforted Lu Qingqing on the side. "No need, senior sister, I'm fine, let's go back." Suddenly, Lu Qingqing turned around and saw Wu Yang, who was also looking at her, and the two eyes met in the air. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Junior sister, what's wrong with you?" It's okay, senior sister, you go back first, I met an acquaintance, I'll go back later." "Him, the senior brother of Shaoyun Peak. I heard he's a waste." Murong Shui pointed at Wu Yang and looked at Lu Qingqing. "Oh, senior sister, you go back first, I'll go back later." Okay, I don't care about you." After Murong Shui left, Lu Qingqing came over, and Wu Yang looked at Lu Qingqing in a trance. "Wu, senior brother Wu. That, junior sister Lu, are you okay recently?" I'm fine, how about you? I heard that the saint was injured." "Yes, she was attacked by those demons from the Great Demon Sect, but she's awake now." "It's the Great Demon Sect again, these demons are so abominable." After all, it was the demons from the Great Demon Sect who drugged Lu Qingqing, which led to the scene in the cave. Since Lu Qingqing came back, she has never forgotten Wu Yang. "Junior sister Lu, don't worry, I will kill anyone from the Great Demon Sect, whether it's for junior sister or for you." "Yes, I believe in you, senior brother Wu." Just as Wu Yang and Lu Qingqing were chatting, there was a sudden explosion, and the ground shook. Boom, boom, boom. The Purple Cloud Sect's protective formation was forcibly attacked from the outside, and figures flew out of the sect hall one after another. The leader was none other than Sect Master Mu Yang and several peak masters, followed by a bunch of deacons and elders. "Who is attacking the mountain gate of our Xian sect? All disciples, listen to my order and do your best to protect the sect formation." "Yes." When all the disciples heard what Sect Master Mu Yang said, they immediately lined up and continuously injected their spiritual power into the sect protection formation. Outside the mountain gate of Xian sect, a group of dark-stricken Great Demon Sect monks were constantly driving their own magic weapons to attack the Xian sect formation. Boom, boom. The light of the formation became dimmer and dimmer, and the three Great Demon Sect supreme elders who were in the lead were quietly looking at the Xian sect. "Mu Yang, hand over the ancient immortal body and the black-robed man, otherwise your Xian sect will be destroyed." A voice like a broadcast sounded. "Ouyang Shu, you are delusional. Today, your Great Demon Sect is here, so let's settle all the new and old grudges together." Sect Master Mu Yang looked at the Great Demon Sect's Supreme Elder Ouyang Shu outside the formation, and then took out the communication jade card and crushed it directly. "Attack the Purple Cloud Sect's protective formation with all your strength. Today, our Great Demon Sect will massacre the Purple Cloud Sect and snatch the ancient immortal body." Yang Shu pointed his hand at the purple cloud sect's formation and shouted. With the continuous attacks, the protective formation became weaker and weaker, as if it would break at any time. Lu Qingqing stood beside Wu Yang, looking at the tens of thousands of demon cultivators in the sky, her body trembling uncontrollably. She had never experienced such a scene before. Wu Yang saw her like this and supported her back with one hand. Don't worry, no one can hurt you with me here. After hearing this, Lu Qingqing stopped slightly, and she felt relieved when she saw Wu Yang's serious face. At this moment, she was like a little woman, protected by her beloved. Because of what she had experienced before, she was now frightened, but Wu Yang was by her side at the moment, giving her a full sense of security. Seeing that the formation was about to be unable to support itself, Master Mu Yang spoke. All disciples, prepare to fight and defend Xian sect to the death. Other sects are on their way. As long as we hold on, victory will be ours. Ho, ho, ho ho. A group of Xian sect disciples shouted, and after Master Mu Yang finished speaking, he looked towards the sect's main hall. Senior Tianjizi, I'll leave that girl Jong Min to you. Don't worry, Master Mu. As long as the old man is here, I will definitely keep this girl safe. This way I won't have any worries anymore. I, Mu Yang, will fight with you today, you idiots from the great demon sect. As the head of the sect, Mu Yang is ready to die for Xian sect. Hearing that Senior Tianjizi was guarding Jong Min, Wu Yang pulled Lu Qingqing and ran towards the sect hall. Senior brother Wu, what's wrong? You go to my junior sister's side. Senior Tianjizi is sitting there. He will protect you. Wu Yang pulled Lu Qingqing and ran into the sect's main hall. Tianjizi looked back at the two of them. What's the matter with you two? Why don't you come here to meet the enemy? Senior Tianjizi, protecting one is a guarantee, and protecting two is also a guarantee. I hope you can protect my junior sister and Qingqing. Oh, what do you want, young man? Wu Yang didn't talk nonsense. The pressure of the great perfection in the later stage of nascent soul dissipated directly. Tianjizi felt a pressure from the same realm as him. He was suddenly shocked and then laughed. Ha 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 ha, okay, unexpected. Ha 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 ha, go, old man, I will protect them both. Junior, say goodbye. Qingqing, take good care of my junior sister. Watching Wu Yang's leaving figure, Lu Qingqing couldn't help but feel worried for him. At this moment, after continuous attacks, Xian sect protecting formation finally couldn't bear it and then burst into pieces. Tens of thousands of demon cultivators from the great demon sect attacked continuously for an hour, and the formation finally couldn't hold on any longer. Come in, kill all the Xian sect disciples, and bring back the ancient immortal body. As Yang Shu finished speaking, all the demon cultivators from the great demon sect took out their magic weapons and rushed down. The disciples of Xian sect obey the order and use all their strength to kill these demonic cultivators. The head of Mu Yang also shouted loudly, and all the disciples of Xian sect also launched their flying swords one after another. The war started immediately, with low-level disciples from both sides fighting together. All kinds of magic weapons and weapons flew around, and attacks continued to destroy the ground of Xian sect. At this time, the major peak masters also rushed into the air and fought with the elders of the great demon sect. However, because the great demon sect had more monks in the nascent soul stage, the Xian sect was at a disadvantage. Xiaozan was now with Yang Shu's younger brother Yang Kezhan. They were both in the late nascent soul stage, and they were inseparable from each other at this time. Two girls, Ling and Mu Wanqing, were working together to fight against a middle-stage nascent soul demon cultivator. They were evenly matched with the advantage of their magical weapons. Several other peak masters and deacon elders also fought with a group of Yuanying demon cultivators from the great demon sect. For a time, the entire Xian sect was filled with battlefields. From time to time, there would be casualties among disciples from both sides. Master Muyang faced the three Yuanying late-stage Zochan alone, Yang Shu, the supreme elder of the great demon sect, and his two brothers, Yang Qing and Yang Chun. My dear Muyang, you are bound to die today, please obediently hand over your ancient immortal body. Ha ha ha. Yang Shu, you are delusional. Even if I die today, I will not let you take away my sect's saint. Stop talking nonsense and do it now. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Ha ha ha, I hope your mouth can be as hard as now. Ouyang Qing, go and bring the ancient immortal body back, and leave Muyang to me and Ouyang Chun. Yes, sir. Ouyang Qing received the order and rushed directly into the sect's main hall. Soon there was the sound of fighting in the hall. It's Tianjizi and Ouyang Qing who are at war. Ouyang Shu saw this and attacked Muyang directly. A green skull magic weapon exuded a faint cold light and attacked Muyang directly. Seeing his elder brother take action, Ouyang Chun also used a broken knife. The black broken knife exudes bursts of demonic energy. The magic power in his body was continuously injected into the broken knife in his hand. He held the handle of the knife with both hands and slashed towards Muyang with one strike. Facing the attack of the green skull and the broken knife, Mu-wan sacrificed the Xian sect's most important treasure, the Xian cauldron. The spiritual power in his body was injected crazily into the Xian cauldron. The purple cloud cauldron was glowing with golden light. Muyang hit the cauldron with a seal, and the purple cloud cauldron hit the green skull. Boom! Shock waves spread at the impact point, and the two magic weapons flew backwards towards each other as soon as they collided. The Xian cauldron flew back to Muyang, and the green skull kept changing its position in the air. Just when the Xian cauldron collided with the green skull, Ouyang Chun's black sword light came closer with a rumbling sound of breaking through the air. Muyang dodged back, took out his natal flying sword, and slashed out with one strike. The huge golden sword light and black sword light collided with each other, and then they both dissipated with a huge explosion. The shock wave generated by the collision spread in all directions, and the stone slabs on the ground suddenly turned into fragments. Wu Yong looked at the battle in the air and saw that Muyang could hold on even with 1 against 2. He immediately rose into the air and came to Mu Wanqing's side. When Li Yanling saw Wu Yong coming, her eyes were as big as bells. She was about to yell, but the next moment her mouth opened into an O shape. Mu Wanqing was hit by the demon cultivator and flew backwards. Wu Yong caught the flying Mu Wanqing, hugged her waist, and placed her next to Li Yanling in a flash. Then the body disappeared and reappeared in front of the demon cultivator. He formed a fist with one hand and hit him on the head with one punch. Boom! The demon cultivator's head turned into blood mist, and even Nascent Soul was directly killed by this punch. Li Yanling looked at Wu Yong in shock, her mouth open enough to hold a fist. Are you okay, beautiful master? After beating the mid-stage Nascent Soul demon cultivator to death with one punch, Wu Yong flew back to Mu Wanqing and asked with concern on his face. I'm fine. Go and help my brother. Your Uncle Li and I can hold on. Okay, you two, be careful, I'll help the leader. After saying that, Wu Yong dodged and flew towards Mu Yang's position. Li Yanling hadn't recovered yet. This was too crazy. A useless disciple could kill a mid-stage Nascent Soul disciple with one punch. At this time, she also ran to the battlefield of Zochin in the later stage of Nascent Soul. What did she find? And she felt that Mu Wanqing was not surprised at all. Junior sister, was this your eldest apprentice just now? Did I see it wrong? Sister, you were right, he is indeed my eldest disciple Wu Yong. This is too crazy. Could it be that someone took away his body? How could a loser have such strength? Oh, don't ask. He was not taken away. As for why he is so strong, it only means that you all have misunderstood. His talent is more terrifying than Jong Min, the ancient immortal body. Hiss. Li Yanling took a breath of cold air, and the two of them had no time to communicate anymore. After a short rest, they rushed towards a mid-stage Nascent Soul demon cultivator. On Mu Yang's side, Ouyang Chun struck out with another sword, and the black sword light went straight towards Mu Yang's face. The flying sword in Mu Yang's hand glowed with golden light, and he slashed out with one sword. At this time, the green skull was attacking his back. Mu Yang had no time to distract himself and was about to be injured. At this time, Wu Yong's figure appeared directly out of thin air. He slashed forward with the dragon sword in his hand, and a giant white dragon flew out immediately. Boom! The green skull and the white dragon collided, and there was an explosion. Mu Yang blocked Ouyang Chun's black sword light, then turned around and saw Wu Yang also swinging a sword, and blocked Ouyang Shu's green skull with just one sword. Good boy. Ha 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 ha. Stop laughing, master, one for each person, leave this skull to me. Okay. Ha ha ha. Mu Yang laughed and rushed towards Ouyang Chun. The two immediately fought together, and the sounds of collisions of flying swords and broken knives continued to be heard. Yangshu was shocked when he saw this young man who suddenly appeared and blocked his green skull with just one sword strike. Young man, who are you? You have such strength at such a young age. Who am I? I am the man in black robe who destroyed the branch of your great demon sect. How about I can be your father if you want? Ha 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 ha, it turns out you are the man in black robe. If that's the case, then go to hell. You're a sharp-tongued boy. Buzz. Yangshu took out another black scimitar. At this time, the green skull and the black scimitar were echoing each other. Facing an opponent at the same level as himself, Wuyong did not dare to be careless, and the spiritual sky shield and explosive armor were operating at full strength. Yangshu waved forward with both hands. Go, he shouted loudly, and the two magic weapons, the black scimitar and the green skull, attacked Wuyong from different directions. The black scimitar was extremely fast. Bang, it hit Wuyong in the blink of an eye, but was accurately intercepted by the spirit sky shield. At this time, facing the green skull, Wuyong raised the dragon sword high and injected 1/3 of the spiritual power in his body directly into it. The flying dragon is in the sky. He shouted loudly and used his strongest sword, and a giant white dragon appeared directly. Roar! A dragon roar resounded throughout the world, and the dragon twisted its body and rushed directly towards the green skull. Boom, boom. The green skull was hit by the white dragon, and the green light suddenly dimmed, and a crack appeared directly on the top of the head with a click. The green skull flew back directly. Yangshu grabbed the flying green skull and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. The giant white dragon flew back into the dragon sword and transformed into a small dragon again swimming around the sword. Wonko kid, how dare you destroy my magic weapon? You must die today, you must die. Ah! This green skull is a magic weapon that Yangshu refined after hundreds of years of sacrifice and absorbing countless souls and resentments. The encounter was destroyed by Wuyong's sword, and Yangshu was furious. Withdrawing the green skull, he raised his hand and the black scimitar flew into his hand. The demonic energy around him was overwhelming, and the black scimitar was wrapped in the strong demonic aura. Yangshu rushed towards Wuyong with the black scimitar in hand. Wuyong took out a handful of spiritual recovery pills and stuffed it into his mouth. He also rushed towards Yangshu with the wandering dragon sword. The two figures met in midair. Bang! The black scimitar and the wandering dragon sword collided. The black and white energy collided instantly. Boom, 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 boom. Black and white energy kept flashing in the air, from left to right, from top to bottom, constantly appearing in every empty sky. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of collision and explosion came from all directions, and the huge square of Inter-sect was split by attacks one after another with cracks everywhere. The disciples of the Inter-sect became more and more courageous as they fought. Although they were still at a disadvantage at the moment, they still fought for the sect without hesitation. A group of nascent soul cultivators were also fighting back and forth. As Wuyong killed the middle nascent soul demon cultivator, the pressure on the nascent soul elders of Inter-sect was also greatly reduced. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and Wuyong and Yangshu immediately distanced themselves. At this time, Wuyong was bleeding from the corner of his mouth and his clothes were in rags. Fortunately, he was protected by explosive armor and his skin was not injured. On the other hand, Yangshu's body was covered with sword marks, blood stained his black and gold-edged clothes, and blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. At this time, both of them were injured, but Wuyong was protected by inner armor, so he didn't look so embarrassed. At this time, Yangshu held the knife with both hands above his head, and the monstrous demonic energy gathered madly towards the black scimitar. Soon, a huge black knife shadow appeared in the air, from bottom to top. Ah, boy, die. Yangshu's whole body of magic power burst out, and he slashed at Wuyong with all his strength. Boom! The huge black blade made a sound of breaking through the air, and slashed towards Wuyong with the momentum of destroying everything. At this time, Wuyong sacrificed the Yulong sword, and his hands kept forming seals, and the seals hit the Yulong sword one by one. The white dragon flew out from the sword body, and the body instantly grew bigger. Roar! The white dragon suddenly bared its teeth and roared. Then swallowed the Yulong sword and rushed towards the chopped black blade. The white dragon in midair opened its mouth and spewed out the dragon sword. Whoosh, the dragon sword turned into a silver light and was ejected from the mouth of the white dragon. Whoosh, boom, the dragon sword hit the black blade at an extremely fast speed, and shock waves spread. The white dragon continued to hit the black blade without slowing down. At this time, the dragon sword and the black blade were competing with each other. In just a moment, the white dragon also hit the black blade. Boom, first, the dragon sword turned into silver light and shot at the black blade, and then the white dragon hit it again. Under the blessing of the two attacks, the black blade was now full of cracks. The tail of the white dragon moved, bang, and it hit the black blade directly. Boom, the black blade shattered instantly, and the white dragon shrank back into the dragon sword. Wu Yong flashed and directly grasped the dragon sword in midair. The spiritual power in the body was drained again and injected into the dragon sword crazily. Flying dragon in the sky. Using the strongest sword again, roar, the dragon-shaped sword light slashed towards Wu Yangshu. At this time, Wu Yangshu's monstrous demonic energy was almost gone, and he gathered the remaining demonic energy on the black scimitar and slashed again. He took out the green skull again and threw it towards the dragon-shaped sword light. Boom, the black sword light dissipated immediately when it touched the dragon-shaped sword light, and the dragon-shaped sword light hit the green skull again without slowing down. Boom, the green skull was directly knocked away, and there were more cracks at this time, and the green light was dim, as if it would break at any time. The attack of the dragon-shaped sword light was almost gone at this time, and it rushed towards Wu Yangshu. Boom, the dragon-shaped sword light hit Wu Yangshu's chest, and a bang was heard, and the dragon-shaped sword light dissipated immediately. Poof, Wu Yangshu vomited a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this situation, Wu Yong did not give Wu Yangshu any chance. He flashed and came directly behind him, raised his hand and slashed him on the back with a sword. Boom, Wu Yangshu was hit by a sword and smashed into the ground, creating a deep pit. At this time, Wu Yangshu was already at the end of his strength. He stood up from the ruins with black blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that this small 4th level cultivation country would have such a strong fighting force. Young man, I will remember you. We will see each other again. Bang, Wu Yangshu's body turned into black mist and exploded. It was unknown whether he died or used a secret method to escape. At this time, the disciples of the Divine Sword sect and the Tianyan sect also arrived, and the disciples of the two sects joined the battle. The Xian sect, which was originally at a disadvantage, immediately had the opportunity to counterattack. The disciples of the Divine Sword sect sacrificed a number of immortal swords, and some sacrificed 3 at the same time. Suddenly, countless sword lights shot towards the demon cultivators of the Great Demon sect. The disciples of the 3 sects worked together to suppress the demon cultivators of the Great Demon sect. At this time, Wu Yangchun saw Wu Yangshu's body explode and roared loudly. Brother! Ah! At the moment when he lost consciousness, he was smashed away by the tripod of the head of Mu Yang. Seeing this, Wu Yang flashed and slashed at Wu Yangchun, who was knocked away by the purple cloud cauldron. Boom! Puff! Wu Yangchun was just knocked away and hit by another sword, and his body fell to the ground. Master, this little Kalami is in your hands, I will go to protect my junior sister. Without waiting for Master Mu Yang to reply, Wu Yang flew towards the sect hall. At this time, Master Mu Yang was also shocked by Wu Yang's strength and could not replicate it. He did not dare to say that he could solve Wu Yangshu in such a short time. He could also come to support himself. At this time, the sect hall was besieged by thousands of demon cultivators. The disciples of the Purple Cloud sect suffered heavy casualties here, and Lu Qingqing was also covered in blood at this time. Tianjizi was fighting hard with Wu Yangqing, and several deacons and elders of the Purple Cloud sect were leading a group of disciples to support. Wu Yang held the dragon sword in his hand, and the phantom body technique was directly used. His body turned into a residual shadow and kept wandering among the demon cultivators. Several demon cultivators died with each sword strike. With Wu Yang's participation, the pressure on the disciples of Xian sect was greatly reduced. A quarter of an hour later, Wu Yang alone killed more than half of the thousands of demon cultivators. He did not have time to pay attention to the admiring eyes of the disciples of Xian sect, and took out a handful of healing pills and stuffed them into his mouth. He flashed towards the position of Tianjizi and Wu Yangqing. Senior Tianjizi, I'm here to help you. Leave this person to me, and you can protect my junior sister and Qingqing. Ha 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 ha, okay, you were really a terrible young man, so I'll go ahead. Tianjizi immediately quit the battle and returned to the sect hall to take charge. At this time, support from Shangqing sect and Qingyu sect also arrived. At this time, the 5 major sects gathered together and the counterattack officially began. With the addition of nascent soul monks from several other sects, the pressure on the Great Demon sect suddenly doubled. Wu Yangchun was hit by Wu Yong's sword. At this time, he was also defeated by the leader Mu Yang and was being beaten by Mu Yang. Wu Yang slashed Wu Yangqing's black spear with his sword. Wu Yangqing caught the black spear and attacked Wu Yang. Ding 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 ding, the 2 men suddenly fought together, sword blades and spears constantly clashing. The spear is suitable for long-range attacks, but Wu Yangqing was overwhelmed by Wu Yang's close attack at this time. It is said that an inch long means strong, but an inch short means dangerous. At this time, Yulongjian exerted its huge advantage, and the sword light struck Wu Yangqing one after another. Boom, Wu Yangqing was thrown away by Wu Yang's sword. At this time, Wu Yangqing took out a black pill and swallowed it directly. Boom, a burst of magic power exploded, and Wu Yangqing's momentum rose sharply. The magic power in his body was injected into the black spear crazily. He turned around and threw out the black spear, and boom, the black spear turned into a meteor and shot directly at Wu Yang. The black spear was so fast that it could not be seen clearly with the naked eye. It shot directly at Wu Yang, but was intercepted by the spirit sky shield when it was half a meter away. Boom, there was an explosion, and Wu Yang's body flew out like a kite with its strings broken. The speed of the black spear did not slow down, and it shot at Wu Yang, who was flying upside down again. Wu Yang, who was flying upside down, stopped, the spiritual power in his body exploded, and the dragon wandering sword struck out a dragon-shaped sword light. Boom, the dragon-shaped sword light struck the black spear coming at high speed. The dragon-shaped sword light dissipated and the black spear flew back to Wu Yangqing. Wu Yang stabilized his body, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and then raised the dragon sword high, pouring all the spiritual power in his body into the sword. The flying dragon is in the sky. At this time, he used all his spiritual power to strike out with the strongest sword again. Wu Yang, who was holding the sword with both hands, struck with all his strength. Roar! A dragon roar resounded throughout the world, and the dragon-shaped sword glow flew towards Wu Yangqing. The overwhelming demonic energy around Wu Yangqing was absorbed by the black spear, and the black spear suddenly turned into a black dragon. Roar! He also let out a loud dragon roar and flew towards the white dragon. At this time, 2 giant dragons, one black and one white, collided in the air. Boom! A huge explosion sounded, and shock waves spread. At this time, all the disciples who were fighting stopped and turned their spiritual power into shields to resist the strong shock wave. Boom! Bang! Shock waves rushed around, and some disciples with low cultivation levels vomited blood under the protection of the elder deacons. Without the protection of these deacons and elders, these low-level disciples would probably die immediately. The dragon-shaped sword light dissipated, and the black dragon turned into a black spear again. At this time, Mu Yang, with the help of Lu Tianan and Yan Shanyu, had also killed Wu Yangchun, and the 3 of them came to support Wu Yang. Wu Yang, please retreat first to heal your injuries. Leave this person to us. Leader Mu Yang looked at Wu Yang, who was seriously depleted of spiritual energy. Although he had many questions, he also knew that this was not the time to ask. Wu Yang didn't show any pretense. When he saw the 3 sect masters coming to help, he flew down towards the sect's main hall. As soon as he reached the main hall, he took out a large amount of pills and put them into his mouth. Sit down cross-legged and start healing. At this time, Mu Yang, Lu Tianan and Yan Shanyu formed a triangle and surrounded Wu Yangqing. 2 long swords and a giant sword attacked Wu Yangqing, who was surrounded in the middle. Bang! Boom! Explosions were heard, and Wu Yangqing was seriously injured after resisting the 3 people's attack for a few breaths. At this time, the leader of the Divine Sword sect, Yan Shanyu, raised his giant sword high and slashed down with a huge sword light out of thin air. Boom! Wu Yangqing was slashed into the ground with a sword, and the head of Mu Yang saw this and directly smashed the Xianding. Boom! The Xian cauldron hit the deep pit directly, and Wu Yangqing was immediately seriously injured. Puff! Spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Lu Tianan held the flying sword and dropped it at high speed, and chopped off Wu Yangqing's head with one strike. As soon as Nascent Soul escaped, a giant sword struck it, and Nascent Soul immediately disappeared. Wu Yangqing, die! At this time, all the three supreme elders of the Great Demon Sect were dead, leaving only Wu Yangke, who was fighting Xiao Zhan back and forth. The demon cultivators of the Great Demon Sect were retreating steadily at this time. They were united by the disciples of the five major sects, and the demon cultivators were killed one by one. With their hands free, the three masters also joined in the encirclement and suppression of the demon cultivators of the Great Demon Sect. More and more Yuan Ying elders of the Great Demon Sect died, and of the more than 10,000 demon cultivators, only less than 3,000 were left. Seeing that something was not going well, these demonic cultivators ran away. The disciples of the five major sects immediately surrounded and suppressed the escaped demonic cultivators. Several sect leaders directly ordered that each sect send 500 people, led by the elders of their respective sects, to encircle and suppress the remnants of the Great Demon Sect throughout Jingxian Kingdom. The war lasted for 2 days and 2 nights. At this time, the Xian Sect Square had been smashed to pieces, and the sect's main hall was also affected. However, Jong Min Yutian Jizi's protection was not affected by the war. Several heads and a group of elders came to the hall, and Wu Yang also ended his cultivation state at this time. Several heads looked at Wu Yang as if they were looking at a monster, and surrounded Wu Yang in the middle. Masters, what are you doing? What are you doing? Tell me quickly, who are you and why do you want to take away my Xian Sect disciple? Beautiful master, please come and explain. Mu Wanqing, who was slightly injured, came to Wu Yang's side and looked at the confused heads. Brother, all the heads, you have all misunderstood. He is indeed my eldest disciple. He just has a special spiritual root and can cultivate faster. He was not taken away by others. He is Lingen, isn't he the 5 elements mixed spiritual root? I have personally tested this to see if it can be fake. The head of Mu Yang didn't believe it at this time. After all, Wu Yang was the spiritual root that he personally tested when he started. Mu Yang couldn't be convinced when he saw Mu Wanqing. Wu Yang directly spread out his spiritual roots, and saw 5 dazzling spiritual roots filling the entire sect hall. Several heads and elders opened their mouths in an O shape at the same time. What kind of spiritual root is this? Some elders who didn't understand asked directly, but most of them were shocked. As the oldest and most senior monk here, Tianjizi immediately opened his mouth to answer everyone's questions. Could this be the legendary heavenly spiritual root, and it is also the 5 elements heavenly spiritual root? This is a super genius that is rare to see in a million years. According to legend, monks with the 5 elements heavenly spiritual roots practice extremely quickly, and each one of them becomes a powerful person in the end. I thought the ancient immortal body was invincible, but I never expected that such a super genius would appear. Quote. After listening to Tianjizi's words, several peak masters immediately felt very sorry, especially if Zhou Tianfang had accepted Wu Yang by himself in the first place, and now this super talented master would be himself. What Senior Tianjizi said true? Ha ha ha, our Xian sect actually has such a genius. Wait, was it you who fought with me at the door of my room that night? Quote. Master, listen to my quibbles, bah. Listen to my explanation. I want to ask you to try my cultivation. I really just want to try my cultivation. At this time, Xiao Zhan, the leader of Fire Cloud Peak, looked at Wu Yang with an angry look. He finally understood where the feeling of being stared at by a poisonous snake came from when he walked out of here. No wonder someone beat me up at night just after I scolded this loser, especially in the eyes. Xiao Zhan's face suddenly twitched when he thought of this. It turned out that everything was caused by this kid. HMPH, seeing as you have contributed to the sect today, I will not pursue it any further. If it happens again, I will expel you from the sect. When the heads heard this, they immediately looked at Mu Yang. Is what Master Mu said true? If little friend Wu Yang is expelled from Xian sect one day, you can come to Shengqing sect. I am willing to treat you as an elder. Go, do you have good conditions for joining the Qing sect? Wu Yang, little friend, I will directly give you the position of deputy sect leader of the Divine Sword sect. The other 2 heads also wanted to speak, but were immediately interrupted by Mu Yang. Don't think about it, I'm just saying it. Wu Yang will always be my Lyan sect disciple. Don't poach me, or I'll turn my back on you. Mu Yang was just having fun just now, so why forget it this time? Doesn't it count as okay? Now that Wu Yang is in the same realm as himself, it's not certain who will win if there is a fight. He just wanted to save some face, but the leaders suddenly showed their fangs and wanted to poach him. Seeing that there was no hope of revenge, Xiaozan could only break his teeth and swallow them in his stomach. Senior brother head, fellow heads. I will take my leave first. Now that Lyan sect has just experienced a war, there are many things that need to be presided over, so I will go and get busy. After Xiaozan finished speaking, he turned around and walked out without waiting for anyone to reply. Wu Yang suddenly thought of something and came directly to the heads. Sect leaders, do you know where the headquarters of the Great Demon Sect is? Little friend Wu Yang, what do you want to do? We have destroyed the Great Demon Sect. There must be a lot of treasures in their headquarters. If we don't take the opportunity to make a fortune, we will be sorry for the brothers and sisters who died. After listening to Wu Yang's words, several leaders were also excited. Yes, why didn't they think of it? Everyone in the Great Demon Sect has been wiped out. The headquarters must be empty at this time. There are so many treasures in there. If you don't go get them yourself, wouldn't you be giving others an advantage? At this time, Yan Shanyu stood up and spoke with righteousness. Well, little friend Wu Yang is right. I, a righteous person, should collect these ill-gotten gains and use them to benefit society. Yeah, leader Yan is right. Lu Tianan also took the opportunity to agree. The other three heads also nodded repeatedly. Wu Yang felt a burst of contempt in his heart when he saw the wretched looks of these people and their daring to claim to be righteous. At this time, Master Mu Yang said leisurely, "Everyone, I think it is better to let our 5 leaders take the lead," and each led 200 disciples to the headquarters of the Great Demon Sect. How about dividing all the harvest into 5 parts? Quote. The other 4 heads nodded in agreement. After all, such good things are rare. They didn't expect it just now. Now Wu Yang has brought up the matter of carving up. Everyone wants a piece of the pie. Wu Yang looked at the 5 heads and coughed twice. Hey, maybe you guys have forgotten something. What? 5 people said in unison. It should be 6 parts, divided into 6 parts, and my share. Whoever refuses, I will challenge him to a duel. At this time, it was too late for everyone to fawn over Wu Yang, so how could they refuse? Ha ha ha. Just follow what little friend Wu Yang said, divide it into 6 parts, and I, the Divine Sword Sect, have no objection. I go to Qing Sect, Tianyan Sect, Qingyu Sect. No objection. Since everyone has no objections, of course I, Lyan Sect, have no objections either. Ha ha ha. Before they even went out, they had already divided up the treasures of the Great Demon Sect, and in the name of supporting justice, Wu Yang looked at them and didn't even want to call them hypocritical. It was really too hypocritical. An hour later, everyone set off directly and rushed towards the headquarters of the Great Demon Sect. 10 days later, a large group of people from the 5 major sects traveled through most of the Jingxian kingdom and came to a foggy valley. Fellow Taoists, let's work together to dispel this miasma. Inside is the headquarters of the Great Demon Sect. Leader Mu Yang came to the front of the crowd and pointed at the foggy valley and said. Several sect leaders exuded pure spiritual power, and 5 whirlwinds of spiritual power suddenly appeared, spinning crazily in the valley, constantly stirring the miasma within. After a while, all the miasma was dispersed, revealing a wide and winding road. Everyone followed this road and killed several groups of big demon sects informants along the way. An hour later, we arrived at a palace complex, which was the headquarters of the Great Demon Sect. There were more than 100 demon cultivators left behind, but they were all killed by several sect leaders and their disciples without any effort. Phew, Wu Yang's figure flashed and he rushed directly into the door. Hey, this fool, I'll go after him. Immortal sect Yan Shanyu looked at Wu Yang who rushed in and shouted, then he also rushed in. Mean. The remaining 4 sect leaders suddenly burst into contempt. Although they said they despised Wu Yang and Yan Shanyu, they walked quickly and rushed in after the 2 of them. Wu Yang was extremely fast and rushed in towards the treasure building. Bang! He broke the door with one palm. He rushed in and without saying a word, he took out his storage bag, pointed it at the spirit stones and started collecting them. Suddenly seeing a small pile of milky white spiritual stones the size of a baby's fist, Wuyong took them all in without saying a word. At this moment, Wuyong quickly put the storage bag back on his chest, pretended that nothing happened, and then started acting. Wow, so many spiritual stones, so many magic weapons. I'm getting rich, I'm getting rich. While Wuyong was pretending to be particularly excited, the 5 leaders arrived one after another. When they saw Wuyong looking like he had never seen the world, they felt relieved. Okay, don't be a nymphomaniac, little friend Wuyong, hurry up and allocate it, there will be other places soon. Following the opening of the Divine Sword Sect Yanshanyu, the 6 people began to carve up the treasure house of the Great Demon Sect, but what they didn't know was that Wuyong had already installed a small part of the spiritual stones first. Half an hour later, the 6 people walked out of the treasure house talking and laughing, looking like they had won a 5 million lottery ticket. After that, Wuyong gave up all the martial arts and combat skills and gave them all to the 5 masters. It was because these skills and combat skills were too low level that Wuyong didn't like them at all. After several people finished dividing, the 6 people went to a medicine field, divided it into 6 parts, and pulled them all out without leaving a single plant. One day later, the mighty disciples of the 5 major sects all flew out of the valley. The scene was like locusts passing through the border, leaving not a single hair for the Great Demon Sect. Those who could not be taken away were burned, and the Great Demon Sect of Jinxian Kingdom was destroyed. 10 days later, everyone returned to Xian Sect. At this time, the huge sect square had been repaired, and it was completely impossible to tell that there had been a war here 20 days ago. Seeing such a scene, Wuyong had to admire Xiaozan, the peak master. It only took him 20 days to lead the Xian Sect disciples to repair everything that was damaged. In the main hall of Xian Sect, the 5 masters and a group of elders were having a meeting together. At this time, a seat was added next to Mu Wanqing of Xiaoyunfang, and the person sitting on it was Wuyong. This also means that Wuyong can also participate in some major events in the sect, including the Jinxian Kingdom. If we only look at their cultivation base, there are more than 40 nascent soul stage monks in the hall at this time, and Wuyong can definitely be ranked among the top 5. Now in the eyes of several leaders, Wuyong's status has been elevated to the point where he can be on equal footing with them. Head Mu Yang looked at everyone and said, You, fellow Taoists, I would like to thank you all for your help regarding the Great Demon Sect's attack on the Xian Sect. A few days ago, I discussed with several sect leaders that our 5 major sects should form an alliance to jointly safeguard the advancement of Jinxian country. The name of this alliance is the 5 Sects Alliance, and it is jointly run by our 5 leaders. The alliance headquarters is temporarily set at Xian Sect, and every year there will be 2 or more leaders sitting at the headquarters of our 5 Sects Alliance. The first is to ensure the safety of the ancient immortal body, and the second is to gather all outstanding disciples for unified training to prepare for me to enter the Xi'an Kingdom and be promoted to the 5th level cultivation country in the future. Oh, by the way, there is one more thing, that is, the 5 Sects Alliance has added 2 guardian elders, served by Senior Tianjizi and Wuyong respectively. Quote, Leader Mu Yang spoke a few hundred words eloquently, and no one objected to the establishment of the alliance. Because after the ancient immortal was seriously injured and the Great Demon Sect took action against the Xian Sect, everyone now knew the importance of the alliance. The ancient immortal body and Wuyong's 5 elements heavenly spiritual roots are related to whether Jinxian Kingdom can be promoted to a 5th level cultivation country. Therefore, everyone needs to hold together at this time. Only by protecting these 2 special beings will they have the opportunity to advance to become gods in the future. Although no one objected, he was not happy when it came to Wuyong. After all, he was a person who just wanted to eat and die. Asking him to be a Dharma-protecting elder doesn't mean that he has to be assigned a job. He had already had enough of the classes he took before traveling through time, and there was no holiday on May Day, so he needed to take some extra time off. Seeing no one objected, Wuyong stood up. Wait, I don't agree. I don't want to be a protector elder, I just want to be a salted fish. At this time, after listening to Wuyong's words, all the leaders also looked embarrassed and didn't know how to speak. You can't just ask him to do it. Mu Wanqing discovered the unspeakable secrets of the several heads. She raised her eyes and looked at Wu Yong, who stood up to protest with a fierce look, and tugged on the corners of his clothes. Sit down, you traitor. All you have to do is sleep every day. All your talents are wasted on you. If you don't agree, then you will move out of Shaoyunfang and we will sever the master-disciple relationship. Quote. Oops, this beautiful master actually threatened me, but it looked like she was really angry. Seeing Mu Wanqing's operation, Wu Yong could only sit down obediently. It's okay to pretend, but I told you in advance that I don't care about anything. I don't care about anything. I will only take action when the alliance is in crisis. When the 5 leaders saw Wu Yong surrendering, they all immediately spoke in agreement. Of course, you should concentrate on your training. We will be responsible for matters within the alliance. If it is not a matter of life or death for the alliance, we will not disturb you. Well, little friend Wu Yong, you just need to concentrate on your training. Ha ha ha, old man, I can still hold on for a few more years. Even Tianjizi said with a kind face. After all, it was only a matter of time before these 2 super geniuses appeared in Jingxian Kingdom and were promoted to the 5th level cultivation country. The only thing to do now is to greatly improve the strength of the low-level disciples as soon as possible. After all, after being promoted to the 5th level cultivation country, there is still a tough battle waiting for him. Once a 4th level cultivation country is promoted to a 5th level cultivation country, the entire country must move away from its current location and go to the area where the 5th level cultivation country is located. The Suzaku sacred sect delimits an area and then establishes a country on its own. Although the Suzaku sacred sect comes forward, the regions of other 5th level cultivators are divided. The 5th level cultivators in the separated areas each have 3 opportunities to challenge. As long as the challenge is successful, the area separated by the Suzaku holy sect can be recovered. If the challenge to Jingxian country fails, or the challenge is not accepted, there may not even be a place to stay in the end. That's why the 5 masters established the 5-sect alliance to gather all outstanding disciples for unified training and prepare for the future. Only by going to the area where the 5th level cultivation country is located, can those of them who are in the late stage of nascent soul have a chance to advance to become gods. This is territorial suppression. When Wu Yong saw that no one objected, he also acquiesced in the position of the guardian elder. Everyone discussed for another hour before the meeting ended. At this point, the 5-sect alliances were officially established. Everyone dispersed and went back to prepare related matters. After all, the next step is to expand the Xian sect and select outstanding disciples. The alliance has just been established and everything is still being adjusted. In the next month, everyone was busy with their own affairs. Only Wu Yong, the salted fish, lay on the hanging net under the big tree at Shaoyunfang every day. On this day, while Mu Wanqing went out to see Jong Min, Wu Yong ran back to the room and took out all the spiritual stones harvested at the Great Demon Sect last month. Including the profits from Wan Tower and Wanlong Trading Company in the past few months, there are as many as 5 million low-grade spiritual stones. Among them was a small pile of 500 milky white spiritual stones the size of a baby's fist. Wu Yong had never seen such spiritual stones until now, and he didn't recognize them for a while. System, call the system, recharge. Ding, it is detected that the host needs to recharge, please enter the recharge amount. All, charge it all in. Ding, congratulations to the host for successfully recharging 5 million low-grade spiritual stones and successfully redeeming 50,000 points, with 80,000 remaining points. At the same time, the system has detected mid-grade spiritual stones. The system needs to be updated to version 2.0 to recharge mid-grade spiritual stones. Please ask the host if it has been updated. What? A middle-grade spiritual stone? What is the difference between this and a low-grade spiritual stone? System answer. 1 middle-grade spiritual stone can be exchanged for 10 low-grade spiritual stones, so 10 middle-grade spiritual stones can be exchanged for 1 point. Then doesn't it mean that 500,000 medium-grade spiritual stones can elevate me to the stage of divine transformation? Update the system. Quote, Wu Yong updated the system without hesitation. After all, the value of middle-grade spiritual stones is 10 times that of low-grade spiritual stones. It seems that the next main task is to find the middle-grade spiritual stones. Ding, the system is being updated, please wait. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.